Thanks. Okay. Over to you, Suchitra.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Chef. First, thank.
Good evening.
Yeah. Just a minute. We'll come to the chat now. First, let me thank all the patrons of Global Anesthesia Society for giving me this opportunity to be with you all on this World Anesthesia Day. It's an auspicious day to all of us. And on this day, I just want to steal a few moments to talk with our juniors, especially. These juniors are extremely lucky. There is some background noise. Can you please, you might. These juniors are extremely lucky. I find these juniors are extremely lucky. They have this wonderful platform to learn just 24/7 by 365 days. And hello, is there echo or is there any sound, background sound? Can you all listen to me? Yeah. So yes, before going to the chat show proper, I just wanted to share my feelings with this platform that the juniors, they are very lucky to find, to get all this knowledge from the stalwarts from all over the globe, 24/7 by 365 days. They should take every opportunity. Not that we didn't have good teachers, but we lack the facility. We lack this facility at our era. And people like me are on the setting side of the sun now. And these juniors are the future of anesthesia. They should try and develop themselves in such a way that they will become not only a good academician and good anesthesiologist, but a good human being also. They should try and develop themselves in such a way that in future, instead of surgeon, the people themselves should be asking for a particular anesthesiologist for their procedure. They should develop themselves in such a way, and they should protect ourselves in the society in that way. So with this, coming to our today chat show, the panelists we have here today, they do not need any introduction, but just to complete the formalities, we have here Kala Ishwaran. She is a freelance practitioner. She practices in Dombivli, Mumbai. Then we have Preeti Shenoy Kanogia. She is also a freelance practitioner. She practices in Borivali area. I'm right, I think, Preeti? Then we have Dr. Poonam Ghodki. She is from Amche, Pune. She's from my city. She is a professor in Srimati Kashibai Navle College, Medical College, Pune. And we have Pallavi Lande Margade. She is a very talented anesthesiologist. She is practicing in King's College, London, Dubai. And so to the chat show now. The first question goes to Kala. Kala, are you ready? Kala? Do we
yes,
have
yes, ma'am. I have unmuted. Fine.
Yeah. Yes, Kala, you are the opening batsman. So you just you start your first sixers and chowkar and all.
I'm a test player.
Yeah,
I'll go slow.
You. See, we will know about all the panelists in the chat show itself, how they practice and what exactly they are doing for the society. So Kala, when this COVID era started, as a freelance practitioner, how did you begin with the challenges in the small nursing home? Your practice is mainly in the small nursing homes, right?
Yeah. First of all, there was fear. It was so gripping in the sense hearing about deaths in UK, US, France, and looking at those videos, I just felt that it is a doomsday for all the nursing homes, because whatever is discussed there, we do not have those kind in our small nursing home setups. And I thought ki jane do, I'll just give away my MD degree and take a thick, nice blanket and hide under it till all this nightmare. It was just like a nightmare. No, we did not know where to begin with. And there is what our Anaesthesia Society group helped us. And Dheeraj is my Nair colleague, so he took a session. And all my corporate friends, they gave me a nice protocol structure, and I could understand ki PP is the main thing which can
Right.
save us.
Right.
And there are many structural things in small nursing homes. Basically, the small nursing homes are flat converted to small establishments within the, so they're not well lit, they are not well ventilated, they do not even have their own entrance to begin with.
Right.
You know?
And the funds are also limited.
Yes, funds are also limited. It is just cut to cut with the patient coming in.
True.
So now, and the staff are the same one who attends the ward, the OT, and the OPD. So everything which was discussed in the groups, it's not available in small nursing homes. So where to begin with? So I sat with the hospital owner and the surgeons, and then we started making few changes, like where to doff, where to don, what kind of PP. We tried so many other things, and then there was lockdown. So we could not get many things. But we started with our HIV kit. We had HIV kit to begin with. We knew it has to be impermeable, and our head, face, neck is the one which has to be mainly protected.
Right.
So what I did with we opened those disposable kits which were available for sheets instead of the cotton linen. And from there, we sneaked out little pieces. And I personally drove down to the tailor shop and got those hoods stitched for all my staff. My anesthesia colleagues also took it from me.
Yeah.
Okay, and then from old raincoats, we stitched the leggings. The tailor was kind enough to do all this for me. And even raincoats we kept aside. Ki worse come to worse, we have something to protect us rather than. And then a mask, even N95 was not available. And all the masks were also out of stock. See, the main thing goes to the proper Mumbai, no? If at all the government is supplying, it will go to the COVID centers and it will not reach us.
Right.
So I had to go and get from a friend, specially made an ingenious kind of turmeric and salt layered 5-layer masks
so
for everybody.
Mainly the problems were considering the equipment.
And the structure,
naturally in the small nursing homes. So, and you tackled it very efficiently. And regarding the training of the staff also, it must have been a problem.
Yes, we had to, but then I could not be very I could not instill fear in them, because half the staff had just run away with the things being played in the social media.
Right.
Their families were not allowing. So whoever is coming, I had to take them nicely, compassionately. I had to give them what I am wearing.
Right.
No, I had to share also. So from there we started, and now they are so well trained and so confident. And in fact, I am being called by many other hospital owners to set up and teach their staff.
Very good.
To get a safe environment.
Yeah. Preeti, I just want to know, you also are a freelance practitioner, but your practice, I think, mainly revolves in the bigger nursing homes, right? Hello?
I have one. Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah.
Hello?
But, you are not seeing on the screen. Your video is not on about, Preeti?
It is on, ma'am. I don't know. It's frozen somehow.
Okay, you go on talking.
Talking. I have one corporate attachment, which is actually a semi-charitable institute. And I also do a lot of small nursing home practice.
Okay.
So for me, it was the corporate thing was easy. Whatever we wanted, we could get. There was no problem, no dearth. Initially, there was this little bit of, reluctance in work from all the consultants. We tried to keep our 50+ guys say that they didn't have to come and expose themselves. Whereas our below 50 consultants didn't just want to come. Initially, there was a lot of fear psychosis attached. So nobody wanted to do much without knowing what they were doing. Whereas smaller nursing homes was exactly like what Kala said. Nobody knew what is to be done. And it was like, a lot of mishmash happening.
Right.
The donning and docking areas could be in OT itself. Anybody would don and roam all around the hospital. The same Ayabai who was working in the ward.
We all
Absolutely the
have,
same. Yeah, it was.
we have all have faced these particular challenges and overcome them successfully. Regarding the society and your public, the layman, what you have to say, how you train them?
Here, I would say that my biggest friend and for both was WhatsApp here. So on one side, in our locality, in our township, we had people who were overactive. So there was, everybody wanted to have those sanitation tunnels that were being shown on city this. And one fellow who didn't understand the difference between hypochlorite went and bought lot gallons of hydrochloric acid, saying, if we dilute everybody through this tunnel, everybody is going to be fine. Things like that. Then we had people who wanted to have PPEs for even the housekeeping staff, so the
Right.
jharu pocha workers and all, let
Right.
them wear the PPEs and all that. So we had both extremes. We had paranoia as well as we had people who said, okay, these doctors are only trying to frighten us. They don't have any sense. They don't know it. It is just fear psychosis. And simple words I have heard are paisa banane ka naya natak hai. It was hurting, it was crushing when we had to hear that. But then luckily enough, being on building committee helped me a lot, in the sense people were ready to listen to suggestions. Like there were even suggestions like we have a community hall, so they wanted to convert that into a makeshift ICU of sort, not just an isolation area. They
Good.
wanted an ICU, they wanted monitors, they wanted ventilators, they wanted everything. And then I told them, see, I'm working already in a COVID institute. I've been working day and night. Please don't expect me to come back here and monitor. Madam, you put the patient on ventilator, we will monitor them. This was how, they were willing to help, but without any understanding of what was going on,
Slowly from
during the time.
negativity,
So it
they
took me
went
about
towards positivity, right? Positivity in the approach
yeah.
towards the problem.
Yeah, and I am very, very happy to say that my building is one of the buildings that has had the least number of patients so far throughout the whole crisis. There have been positive patients. We've had a maximum of, I think, total of 60 in the last 8 months. That's
Good,
it.
good.
It's been good.
So that's good.
Yeah.
In spite of taking all the precautions, many of our anesthesiologists, they have suffered the brunt of this deadly disease. So coming to Poonam,
Yeah.
Poonam, you yourself suffered a lot. You yourself was a COVID victim, I can say. Actually, you suffered from COVID. So how did you, as an anesthesiologist couple, your husband is
Yes.
also an anesthesiologist. So how did you cope up with that problem?
Yeah. Hello, ma'am. This is very new setup that I'm using. Am I audible and am I clearly seen?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah.
Because of the electricity failure due to heavy rains,
No,
Wi-Fi
you are,
is not working.
you are very well audible.
Maybe
and
in
visible
between
also.
it will get, yeah. First of all, madam, let me interrupt your question.
Yes.
For the past 2 years, we have been consecutively, meeting on VAD and celebrating. I'm so happy that today also, despite the COVID pandemic and because in spite of the social distancing, everything else, we, still could meet, maybe even virtually.
Yes, yes.
So, yeah, coming to your question, as an anesthetist couple, see, COVID has affected everybody, the entire mankind. And if we still filter further, it is not hard for you to believe that healthcare workers have been the main sufferers. And in that, if you still filter further, anesthetist couple have got different challenges. I am sure that many of the members over years may be anesthetist couple, and they have their unique set of challenges that they had to face during this pandemic.
Exactly.
Now, while I work in an institute, PPE and all other equipments were manageable, and it is a wonderful institute. I never had to bother about the PPE and everything else over there. My main challenge and battle was at the home front.
Yes.
So we both being anesthetists, when in the beginning of the pandemic, when things were not so bad, we started thinking what could be done. Now, we are in a nuclear family with 2 kids. One of them was just 3.5 years of age during the pandemic. Now he's 4 plus. But during that time, when we thought that what should we do or what could we do, suppose we are called for doing COVID duties, and sooner the situation
that was
went
the main
bad.
problem, that you both were, there was a chance that you both are called for the COVID duties.
And although Sachin is a freelancer and I am in an institute with a fixed hour duty perpetually, so But still, Sachin got a call from Sassoon Hospital, which is the government medical college at Pune, for his
Okay.
duties in ICU. And soon we also had patients in our hospital. So even before this happened, we just sat down and we tried. Suppose such a thing arises, what could we do? Because we were two of them and with the kids. So what I would like to mention here that the lockdown which was imposed rather than the COVID pandemic, we were not bothered about going and doing the duties in the ICU, and we were not fearing that we would contract the illness or what will happen later. It was the lockdown which was imposed created more problems for us. Nobody, neither the government nor the people around nor the society, they thought that how a couple anesthetists or couple doctors for that matter would manage, who cannot work from home as compared to their counterparts who have to leave their kids. So there was no parallel arrangement, there was no logistic. How should we manage at home front? Who will look after our kids when we both go outside for doing the duties? See, lockdown means there was no maid. At my home, a maid comes in the morning, she leaves as soon as I come. So if there is a leave of maid, it implies that I have to take leave from my hospital and stay at home.
Right.
So nobody thought about it. What about the kids? What about the parents who are supposed at home? Nobody thought about it, unfortunately. So we had no solution actually to the problem. We just decided that if God wants us to do, really, the circumstances would be so that we would be able to do. Otherwise, we will just have to refuse, or we will have to do alternatively something of that kind. Now, doing alternatively also had its own set of problems. See, if I am going out and Sachin is at home, I am not denying his capabilities of looking after the kids. But because of the lockdown, the maid not there, he has not only to look after the kids, he has to prepare the meals, he has to look after the household chores, the hotels, restaurants, parcels, everything is not a possibility for him. So 1 day, 2 day, it is okay. But duties means 5 days at least with quarantine. So 10 days leaving the kids with him would have been very difficult, if not impossible.
Right.
The other way around also, yeah.
Can I interview?
Yes, ma'am,
Actually,
please.
today, selecting all the Nari Shakti for this particular chat show, that's the main reason. Because the female
Exactly.
anesthesiologist had to manage, as means I'm not denying the strength of male anesthesiologists or their capabilities, but as a female anesthesiologist, you have to manage the profession on the professional front as well as at the home front, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
We even had this thought in mind that we will call our maid and ask her to live in with us, during the lockdown, but that also was not permitted. So things happened in such a way that, God wanted us to do the COVID duties. My parents had come to Pune to stay with my sister because her husband had gone to UK for a business trip. So they were in Pune, and with the lockdown, I just called them to stay with us. So it was a symbiotic relationship. You come and
sort
stay
of
with us.
family help,
So
yeah.
yes, so we would be more safe and secured together, staying together. And because they were with us, we could actually go. So when actually the call came to me as well as Sachin, the other question was whether to do together the duties or to scatter, like I do once and then he follows. But when I discussed with my parents, they actually told me that it is better for them that both of us go together. And can you believe, coincidentally, both of our dates for duties were the same, almost on the same date. So they said that suppose Sachin goes for duty and I stay at home, I would be worried whether he has donned well, whether he has docked well, whether he was exposed, and I would be equally stressed. And that would naturally harm the ambience at home. So they said, both of you go, we will look after the kids, we will look after the household thing. You both of you go and you do whatever your duty to the nation and to the society is. You come back and we are there for you.
So as usual, our relationship with kept with our family matters a lot, and our family helps in such a particular circumstances. Now coming to Pallavi. Pallavi, hello, Pallavi.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, but you are practicing in UAE. So yeah, the Poonam told right now to us that how the family helps in all this. But in there, actually, it was very difficult for you to manage on your own because your family is not with you. So how did you manage that in this COVID?
Well, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think UAE took the brunt before any other countries because, of the geographical location and Dubai being a major tourist hub. So we took the brunt. We had, although I was working in a corporate setup with all the protocols being laid, and, we had all the facilities for that matter. Of course, we had the fear of unknown because, and I had this unfortunate incident where my husband had to travel to UK.
Okay.
And he got stuck there in the lockdown. And when the borders closed down infinitely, he was stuck there for 94 days.
Your husband is a cardiologist, I think.
He's a cardiothoracic surgeon.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was, so that was a very testing and a, time of trial for me, because although I have a live-in maid with me, a nanny, I had 2 children who were homeschooled at that time, and it was a really big challenge, trying to juggle between the work and home, and of course doing all the other chores. So
and the stress of a husband being
yes.
I don't know for how many days he'll be.
Well, it was exactly 92 days that he arrived, and I kept reminding myself all the time about Bhagavad Gita. Of course, I follow it very fervently, and my father trying to be my pillar of support from India, saying that karmanyevadhikaraste afalechu kadachanam.
True. Yeah. So, Kala, how did you manage at your home front? The nursing homes you have managed very nicely all these days.
Yeah, madam, the home front, I should say, I never did much of household work because I have a fantastic and fabulous mother-in-law.
Oh, you're lucky.
I am really fortunate.
Yeah.
She has, aate dal ka bao bhi. I have never done anything.
How many maids? I mean, however we.
No, we don't. We do not have any maids.
Yeah.
Actually, also otherwise also we don't have much of maids coming in.
At home is very important.
Very, very, very important. And my kids rose up to the occasion. They just started liking cooking. And and main thing was for a nursing home practitioner, we come back after a call, and after some time we have to go back again.
Okay.
So these people, they used to keep a bucket of water for me to wash myself, and then the bathrooms will be empty, so I run and they use sanitizer to clean all the way. And rest of the course also we had divided among ourselves. So
they very well
yes, very, and they are teenagers. So I think
in a couple of months they grew up.
Yes, they grew up.
They became mature.
Yes, and they cook far better than me now. Yeah, so I think both being sons, they are much prepared for, as Poonam said. So if the next pandemic or something occurs, their wives should thank me.
Something good of this bad.
Yes.
Right. In every so Preeti, hello Preeti. This question goes to you. So your daughter recently got admission to UK Medical College. Congratulations. So you had to travel with her, and you had to prepare yourself for all the travel and all. So how did you manage that?
Ma'am, I had one teen and one 10-year-old in the house.
Okay.
And a lockdown.
Okay.
And a laparoscopic surgeon for a husband, who was practically sitting at home for 4 months while I was doing the COVID.
One question I want to ask, that you are a surgeon, anesthesiologist couple. So if at all, if you would be working with him or you are not working with him, did it matter in these COVID days?
Yes, we work together only if he is working within my area of practice. He practices very, in very far off places. It's not really worth my time traveling with him and doing cases with him. So if he's within my practice, we work together. Fortunately or unfortunately, a lot of laparoscopic surgery did not happen at that. So it was like, he was the house husband and I was the working person in the house.
Okay.
So here again, I my daughters, they manage the house beautifully. While I was, as I said, you also know it. We go for one case, we come back home, we have a bath, start working, and immediately the phone rings. You go for the next case. So by the time it's evening, you have a bucket full of clothes that are, in soap water. Then you and then come back to being the Rani is gone, Lakshmi is gone, and in end of the day you're the bai. So you're doing everything. So thankfully, my family really, really took care of me at that time. And forget my kids. Today, I'm really saying my husband has become a Sarvaguna Sampanna person.
Wow,
He
wow,
can
good, very
manage,
good.
if I leave this earth today, he can
I
beautifully
hope
manage the
he's,
kids. That
I
was
hope
part one.
he's listening to our chat show.
I don't know. He's in that room. I hope so as well.
Yeah.
Second thing about the travel bit that you asked. Here again, it was decided that in travel rules are 14 days of isolation at both countries. So then we decided that I would go with the child, help her settle down there, and while my husband would look after the second kid here. And I had also planned to drop my daughter with my parents who stay close by. So I thought, those 15 or 18 days she would stay with them. So while our UK thing happened very nicely, the isolation and all that, we had great times. I could build up great memories with her. She learned a lot of continental cooking over there. But here, my whole thing collapsed. Whatever I had planned had collapsed because my younger one started missing me. She started crying. And my husband, who was he dotes over his daughters. So the first night itself, he couldn't sleep, she couldn't sleep. Day two, he brought her home and he's a laparoscopic surgeon. Once they start, they hardly even wash up for their cases. Let me be very clear. They just take a little bit of sterilium and they think they're God. So donning and doffing is like it's not part of their vocabulary at all. So my biggest fear was him going, getting the infection home, getting the child home, get infection to the kid, and then passing it on to my parents. That was the biggest fear. And we are doctors in the building. Another social stigma attached was these are doctors and they are traveling every day with COVID patients. So अगर हमारे COVID होगा तो it would be because of them. That was another thing we got to hear on
And
in
many
the
people,
background.
I think
That
they
was
suffered with
constant.
because of this problem. Yeah. It is not allowed in the society.
Was
Yeah.
there.
It is not allowed in their own homes. Yeah. Many doctors.
Yeah, we were not ostracized that way, thankfully, but people understood the kind of work we did. We didn't get a lot of cooperation from them, but we did get a lot of understanding. Well, like when I was coming back from work, if I tell people that I'm coming from hospital, I would get the lift to myself. Nobody would bother me. People would call me and ask me whether I wanted I wanted something done. My newspaper would be at the door of my house, and just ring the bell and run away. So I don't have to, go out and all. So that way people helped a lot. Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And the
Same
family was
I think
always
for
there.
the
My
Poonam.
parents.
Poonam, right? Poonam? Hello, Poonam.
Yes, ma'am.
I think same happened with you. Your society people
Oh
helped
my
you a
God,
lot, I
yes,
think, na,
yes,
when you
yes,
were.
yes,
Mm,
yes. I think that they helped me so much that I did not have to bother about anything like the meals, breakfast, fruits, everything was at my doorstep, and that helped me
very
actually
nice.
to improve. I'm really thankful to them. So all the news in the social media that they shun you and they, outcast you, nothing like that. If you are really good to them, they return very nicely.
Good, good. Pallavi, yeah, on the same note, we want to ask you because we don't know anything about the UAE culture. So how were your neighbors and what was their approach?
I don't know whether I should call it as a blessing in disguise. We have hardly any social interaction here because people are from. It's not like as close knit as back home.
Oh,
So we don't have much of interaction. But of course, the guards made sure that madam is fine and sir is not here. So, they
well
were.
protected.
Yeah, and I had the local supermarket delivering things at the because there were a lot of restrictions placed here. The minute the lockdown was announced, and we didn't have these grocery stores, people coming and delivering things at the doorstep. So you have to go down, you place the order. Little things like this, it just made me feel good. Even the taxi drivers, the police, because there was travel restrictions completely. So only you could travel if you have a traveling permit from the hospital.
Yeah.
So the cab drivers used to ask us, madam, are you okay? Like, you're coming from the ice. Do you have COVID patients with you? Are they, little
They
conversation.
were fascinated sort of with and they wanted to know what you exactly do and how.
Like, what is our nature of work? Are people dying? Which people are dying? Because,
But they were very cooperative, right? Yes, very cooperative.
They were very, very cooperative. I haven't ever faced a single situation where, I thought that I was being left out.
Good, good, good. Kala, recently you have got one award, Bij Gavari Award. I hope I have spelled it, pronounced it properly. Can you tell us something more about that award? Congratulations for getting that. Kala, you are unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you so much, madam. This is an award which is being given every year. Not only for COVID, it's like relentlessly who has been working towards the upliftment, who is getting name for the town.
Okay.
And then they compare the CV. And I've been amongst all doctors. It's not only MBBS, it's BHMS, it's dentist. Everybody is considered.
So it's good that
so it's like 20. I've finished 20 years of practice.
Yeah.
So it's getting recognized in the society as an anesthetist.
Exactly. Though it is not pertaining to COVID itself.
Yeah, and especially when my husband is a non-medical.
Yeah.
I do not own an hospital.
Getting recognized in the society
Yes,
counts a lot. Yeah.
Counts a lot. Yes.
Yeah. Congratulations. I think we are running out of time. And it will go on. Our chatting can go on forever, I think, if at all. But Shiv doesn't have that bell, but if he had, he would have banged it. And as I told that, good that we didn't start talking in Marathi. I'm very happy to have you all with us today. And like I told that from tomorrow, we are going to have Ghata Sthapana, and for 10 days we will be worshipping the Lord Durga Ma. And I think all the Nari means all the females are like Devi Ma, and you have to have a full respect with them. And though the male anesthesia, the counterpart also does a lot for the family, but it is mainly the females who have to be strong in such type of circumstances, in such type of pandemics, and when there is such danger situations. So thank you all of you, and see you soon again sometime.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I'm already feeling stronger.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam.
Take care of all of you.
Yeah.
Bye. Thanks a lot.
That was amazing. I think listening to all the ladies.
Thank you, Shiv.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I think that was. I think the main reason I didn't bring in any male also we wanted to listen to you. I think the whole idea was to, how females, the Nari Shakti actually copes with not only their workplace but also at home. So that was the whole idea of looking at how they actually bring the whole family together. And I think it's the female is that's why called Shakti, because they are the one without whom the whole structure actually in a family collapses.
Yeah.
So it was actually wonderful, and I think we are going to move on to our cultural part now.
Yeah,
this is going to be most enjoyable one for us.
Shiv, can I say something?
Yes, yeah.
Pallavi, you told Pallavi if she wants to talk about her journal, is this the right time, or can you talk up? Can she? Can we
do it in the second session?
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Are you okay with that, Pallavi?
Absolutely fine, no problem.
Yeah. I think this session has
just
to
reminded, Actually, it is a different subject altogether, but
yeah. So I think what we can do we can in the second part. I think Amarja is going to be talking about her book, the release of a book, and then I think that can be followed by
Thank you so much.
Pallavi actually talking about coping with the journal. So over to you again, Suchitra. You'll be coordinating the non-academic activities. So there you go. I think the girls have been very super excited about this.
I know the non-academic it was literally fun to be with all them. They are oozing with the
So I think I need to actually allow you to share your screen. Is that right?
Uh, yeah, but actually it would be my, if you are there, you can
Yeah.
go on for each performer. You can share the screen, or shall I?
No, they each one will have to share their screen.
Yeah, but that you will be
One by
allowing,
one.
or? Hmm.
Yeah. You guys, I do not know how you people have practiced it. We're doing it for the first time. If
Yeah.
things goes wrong, don't worry about it. It's our own thing. This is nothing, you know. I'm sure it's going to go smoothly, but if anything goes, don't get upset about it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, over to you guys. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Shiv. So we will starting our non-academic session now. And in that, we have multiple, all talented anesthesiologists presenting their skill, their whatever art they want to display. And first, we will start this program with a prayer. You know that every program should be, if it gets initiated with a prayer, it gives some positive energy. And we chose this, the credit to this prayer goes to Dr. Tejaswini, Teju Anil. We know her like that, with the name of Teju Anil. And she took lot of efforts in organizing this poem. And it was, this particular poem was chosen because the lyrics go that itni shakti hame dena data, means you the we are just to the Almighty, we are saying that give us with all the strength so that we can handle the crisis situations. And the second line goes that bhool se bhi koi bhool hona, bhool se bhi, bhool in Marathi means anesthesia, and bhool se bhi koi bhool hona means that we must not make any mistake. By mistake also we should not make any mistake. In anesthesia, we don't have any place for errors, right, guys? So we chose this particular prayer. Just within a few moments, we will starting that. Teju, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just playing the video now.
Yeah.
This is a group song. So here we go.
Hi guys, are we done with this? Uh, Sujitra, are we back? I think next is Venkatesh, isn't it, playing on his mridangam?
Yes, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Actually, just I wanted to say, very sorry. This was for the first time that we did such a way. So volume was a bit low, I think. But next time we will improve ourselves. And the participants in this prayer were Tejaswini, Vandana, Kala, Preeti, then Shubha, then Rajeshri, Chetna, Suchitra, myself, and Gorak and Venkatesh. And special thanks to Venkatesh because he gave lovely beats to this particular prayer. Unfortunately, they were not, we couldn't listen it properly, but he had given wonderful beats. So special thanks to Venkatesh. And now Venkatesh will be showing us how wonderfully he plays the Mridangam. So over to Venkatesh.
1 second, guys. Tejashwi, you can actually load this, I think, song on our global anesthesia non-academic group so that people can actually listen to it. Because it was amazing. I think even with low volume, you could actually hear how much efforts you people actually have put in.
I'm so sorry, I didn't increase the volume. I did increase it to the maximum on the computer, but I have no idea why I couldn't increase it any further. But I will upload it on the. I'll send it to you, and you can decide where to put it up.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, okay. Over
that will be great. Yeah.
Over to Venkatesh. Venkatesh.
Yeah, over to Venkatesh now. Can you increase the sound a bit, Venkatesh? Let it be maximum.
Trying, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah. I
think
we are not audible. It is not audible yet. Yeah. Now it's good. Yeah. No, it's going.
Try to remove the headphone. There is no voice from Dr. Venkatesh Mridangam. You can remove the headphones, earphones now. Disconnect from laptop.
Disconnected actually.
Play it on the natural part, sir.
Yeah. It's okay now?
6 o'clock.
Thank you,
Venkatesh.
thank you, yeah, thank you, Venkatesh. But actually, we couldn't hear you properly. But you can upload your beats afterwards on the group. Then I think she will be, yeah, she will be uploading it in the whatever, because right now there is some issue with the live playing. I think maybe I don't know what happened, but maybe the solo performances like singing and all will go on in a proper way, sort of. Yeah, but it was very nice. We have already heard you, and you are excellent.
I
Coming
could hear
to,
it. I could actually hear it. It was not very loud, but I could actually make out it was
yeah,
actually
it's
absolutely
excellent.
wonderful. Yeah, we just hope that the mic had worked much better.
Yeah, we
All
should
learning.
have one mic actually
Yeah,
in front now, like we have in the shows, in the
yeah,
stage
yeah.
shows.
We will actually
Uh,
learn. We will
that
learn.
would have
We'll learn.
helped. But
Yeah.
anyways, that limitation is going to be there in
Yeah.
such sort of online meetings. So
Yeah.
now we'll go to coming to Vandana. Vandana, are you there?
Yeah, can
Yeah.
you hear me?
Yeah, very clear. So Vandana will be, she will be presenting a poetry. She is a very good poet. You all have read about her poems many times on Facebook and all the social media. So here, Vandana, please go ahead.
Can I share my screen? I should share my screen.
You can, or you can just say the words, whatever it feels good to you. Because if you are saying the words, you will be anyway seen.
Yeah,
Okay.
just recite the poem. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, all. Greetings from Bangalore. I am Dr. Vandana Sridhar. Happy World Anesthesia Day to you all. Undoubtedly the unsung heroes. I am proud to be one. First of all, I immensely thank Dr. Shivkumar Singh for bringing all anesthetists world over together in this virtual platform and also giving me this opportunity to render my poem. This is how my poem started. Part of my hobby is watching people. Whenever I watch, automatically I scan and finish my pre-anesthetic checkup then and there itself. We, the anesthetists, look with a different perspective. I anticipate difficult intubation in some, difficult cannulations in some, and just edo along this long neck of some. Then the anesthetist in me gets transformed into a poet. I have written this in a hilarious way, not directed to anyone. Here is my poem. Through the anesthetist's eyes, wandering man with bull neck I meet, happily walking unaware. Anesthetists in me foresee failed intubation and whisper within beware. When all around cuddle, hug and hold overfed chubby toddler, my hawk eyes frantically search for the deep vein buried under. When people ogle at the pretty, gorgeous beauty backless, how I bounce with joy seeing her glaring spinous process. When all the ardent fans admire with awe the voluptuous princess, you bet I sheepishly scan for her hidden Malampati scores. We, the anesthetists, belong to a totally different clan. Despite off-duty hours, cautious, forever like a vigilant drone. With meager returns for the service we offer with no expectation, masked under the mask, serve all the patients with utmost dedication. Long live we, the anesthetist. Thank you, one and all.
That was absolutely hilarious and very, very nice.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vandana. Now, we will be some dance dhamaka. Actually, it is not a dhamaka. Classical always go well with in any program. That is a tradition of India and the classical dancing. Now we will have Geetika. Geetika, are you there?
Yeah. Hi,
yeah,
everyone.
you're ready? You are ready, na? So Geetika will be presenting a tarana. She'll be telling more about her dance herself only. Geetika, over to you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Wish you all a very, very happy World Anesthesia Day. I am Geetika, practicing in Yamunanagar, Haryana as a freelance anesthesiologist. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, Geeta. Please go on.
I've always been in Kathak dance and I wanted to learn it. Now I've got opportunity to learn, so I'm learning. I'm a student of Kathak at present, and I'm not perfect in it. I hope you all will like my performance. It's a tarana. Tarana is basically vocal form into the and instruments together with words like deen, tanana, dani. These are the words basically in tarana. So I'm going to present a tarana and try to do justice to my Kathak. Hope you all will enjoy.
Excellent, Geetika. Excellent.
Amazing.
Nice.
Amazing.
Very nice.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome. Maybe next time, Geetika, I join with you for Kathak. I've started recently learning it. So in the next meeting, we will have something together, right?
Sure. Hope we meet again very soon.
Yeah.
Very nice, ma'am.
It was very nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
I think we will likely, like said, in December, we're planning the Anaesthesia conference on the thing. Yeah. So dates are out, and we very soon we'll have that Saturday night will be ours.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah. Let's
I promise to get a good microphone. Promise to boost the volume. I'm sorry about that. I'm very sorry about that.
No, don't be disheartened. We will be having many more occasions. Venkatesh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now coming to the next performance, it's going to be Akanksha. Akanksha will be singing a very nice song. I just love those songs. Just over to you, Akanksha, now. And the goal of that, which is just telling you that abhi na jao chodkar. यानी आप लोग अभी जाओ नहीं छोड़कर, बहुत अभी है बाकी. Okay? So here to you, Akanksha.
Hello, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, very well.
Okay, thank you. Happy World Anesthesia Day to everybody. And I'm presenting a short medley of 2 songs of different genres. Both are based on Rag Yaman. And of course, they convey the same message. One is a ghazal and one is a film song. अभी न जाओ छोड़ कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं अभी न जाओ छोड़ कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं अभी तो आए हो अभी तो आए हो बहार बन के छाए हो हवा जरा महक तो ले नजर जरा बहक तो ले ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा ये शाम ढल तो ले जरा ये दिल संभल तो ले जरा मैं थोड़ी देर जी तो लूं नशे के घूंट पी तो लूं अभी तो कुछ कहा नहीं अभी तो कुछ सुना नहीं अभी न जाओ छोड़ कर कि दिल अभी भरा नहीं आज जाने की जिद ना करो यूं ही तुम ही सोचो जरा, क्यों न रोके तुम्हें, जान जाती है जब उठ के जाती हो तुमको अपनी कसम जाने जा, बात इतनी मेरी मान लो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, यूं ही पहलू में बैठे रहो, आज जाने की जिद ना करो, अभी न जाओ छोड़ कर के दिल अभी भरा नहीं, आज जाने की जिद ना करो. Thank you.
Wow.
Amazing.
Excellent, Akanksha. It was
Very nice, very nice.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Akanksha, very nice.
दिल भरा नहीं है, लेकिन we have to go to the next performance. Preeti, over to your poem, Preeti. Preeti is an excellent poet, we all know.
I actually want to say Jani ki zid. No, I really don't want to go. I felt she could go on and on.
Absolutely.
Just a second. Am I audible?
Absolutely.
I
Yeah.
want to share my screen. Am I sharing it? Is my
not-
screen coming up?
Yeah, it's coming now.
Is it coming? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
No, no, you are.
Is it seen
you are
now? Happy
no,
birthday.
not seen.
Not
Your
yet.
camera.
Okay, Preeti, you need to go on to the bottom of your Zoom, and there is a green button on that which says share screen.
That's what is. I can see you on entire screen.
No, you need to see that green button.
I'm not
and
able
it says share screen.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but and then it will likely take you to a.
It says entire screen, app window, Chrome tab.
But is it essential for you to share the screen? Otherwise, you can just.
Yes. No, I have to share it because everything is on that.
No, are you reciting a poem or are you showing something?
There is a poem, and then along with that, after that, there is something. That's why.
Is your
Oh, can we
PowerPoint-
have another speaker till then?
Yeah,
I'll just
yeah, we
figure
can
out
till
how
then
to
we
do
can. Yeah, yeah. You
it.
you can.
I'm not sure how to share it.
You can.
Be able to help me with this?
Okay. इस पे करो. Your entire screen करो. इस पे click करो. अभी आएगा. Your entire screen करो. इस पे click करो. Okay. Chrome से join किया था.
Guys, if you have your phone on,
Hello.
you should shut that all too.
If it is okay, Poonam can recite the other poem. Poonam also is going to recite.
Okay, can we have the next recitation then? Till then, I'll try.
Yeah. I call upon Poonam. I call Poonam.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I also, wanted to share this poem while Preeti ma'am was facing a problem. I have started sharing, madam. Is it getting shared?
We can see you. Your screen.
Ma'am, can you see me? I mean.
No, we can't see you, but we can see your screen.
Okay, Poonam.
So should I start?
Yeah, you can either see the person or you can see the screen.
Yeah, no problem, sir. No problem. I can see the poem. Yeah. So first of all, a small confession. I am not a poet, not even near to it. But the COVID pandemic has, I think, rejuvenated some skills that I had in childhood. So please bear with me. I'm going ahead now. The title of my poem is The Invincible Anesthetist. Who's the man behind the curtain, unseen, invisible? The surgeon wants to know from him if his case is permissible. Will there be any pain? Asks every patient to be operated. No, says the man behind the curtain, versatile, yet dedicated. He will provide anesthesia and ensure that you have no pain. He is the anesthetist, and your safety for him is the main aim. He is the pain specialist and intensivist in the critical care. He will always be there for you, even when you are unaware. Do not call him the man behind the curtain, for in his hands your safety is certain. From the clinic, the OT, and the ICU, his priority surely will be forever you. From modern anesthesia, we have come a long way. From invisible earlier to being invincible is what we are today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Poonam. It was excellent.
Thank you, ma'am.
Preeti, are you ready or shall we move on to some other program? Preeti? If Preeti is not ready, we will go to
sir is trying to get co-host, so then it should be possible for me to give me 30
seconds. We'll do the dance program by Shraddha. Is it okay for you?
Yeah.
It's okay for you? Yeah.
Yeah. If I'm not able to do it within 30 seconds.
So shall we
Then
for 30 seconds?
I think I have actually made you the co-host, so you should be able to share your screen now.
I'll just try that.
Yeah, it is coming through. I think so. Let's see.
I can see. I don't know. Somehow my share option doesn't seem to want to work at all.
I have no idea why it's not doing on the Google Chrome.
It's not.
Because
It's yeah. Okay.
All multiple participants. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I share now? Is it visible?
You're sharing me. You need to have.
Dr. Preeti, it might be due to security settings in your computer, not allowing a screen to be shared or something like that.
If it is okay, can we go to Shraddha's performance till then?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, Preeti? Yeah, we'll go to Shraddha's performance then.
1 second, just
Shraddha.
Hold on, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Preeti. Are you able to actually do anything now? Okay, I think we'll.
Yeah.
Preeti, you need to actually have your PowerPoint on. Okay. What you're sharing is just yourself.
Yeah, otherwise, just recite your poem. That will be better.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah.
Okay. How do I do that? Okay. Is this visible now? Hello.
Preeti, you're sharing just the whole screen. Yeah, it's fine now.
Yeah. Is it visible? Yeah. Yes. A very happy World Anesthesia Day to you. In Marathi, we call it VAD. VAD Divas actually means birthday. So happy birthday to each one of us again. And this is something Dr. Naveen Agarwal has been very kind enough to share with me this afternoon. This is the place that keeps us happiest, the most happy in our lives, most of us actually. Okay, this is a poem that I've written 2 days back. I call it We Shall Overcome. For a better part of this year now, each morning brings a new fear. This dirty virus has made mankind bow as we confront deaths of those far and near. Wear masks, we shout from rooftops, and the government does its bit to enforce the law. Do you know, currently, masks are the most sold items at shops, yet for some, this is the last straw. The lockdown has hit us hard. For some, it meant shut shop and go hungry. COVID has indeed brought forth many a bard. A new record of sorts has been set in history. Every human on this planet is affected. some less, some more so. I wish everyone were protected. Is our immunity really so low? Yet, on the brighter side of things, we've seen the large heartedness which a calamity brings. We may be down, but we shall still go, because on this beautiful land there is no dearth of hope. Today, as we celebrate the World Anesthesia Day, let us take an oath to show the way, to continue, to contribute, to seize the day. Let's have a collective voice to all that we have to say. Another question that was put up to me was, what did I do during my days of isolation, during those days of desperation, during those days of solitude, and all the trouble that I went through? I realized that there was more to us than what we hoped to give credit to. This is how I began. Our hands are our most precious assets. Let's use them wisely. Another very, very important organ for our own stability and for our patients too. A pair of lungs, where we solemnly pray, give us today our deserved oxygen, O God. Another very important monitor that we use in the OR. This was when I remembered an anecdote where somebody called me Gyan ke doctor. That is how it went on. The urinary bladder. This I had actually done in my sleep, so it requires a bit of refining probably. Empty or not, this is always full, and unless this is full, we cannot work. So what if it is full of coffee? This particular organ has us in knots very often. This is the spleen. I had to name this because my child couldn't identify it. She said it's actually seldom seen, but when we need to see it, look for it and take it out, it can reduce our cardiac outputs as well. Another very, very pertinent organ, when to use and when not to, an eternal debate. There's a little earring I've drawn along with it. Another delicate darling of an organ. It's best not seen. The day you have to see it, you know you're in trouble. The mastermind of anesthesia. Though we look at all the vital organs, got me into a colorful mode. And that's where my colorful. And finally, we have the sea of fertility. Very important for each one of us. I honor the place in you in which the entire universe dwells. I honor the place in you which is of love, light, peace, and joy. When you are in that place in you, and I am in that place in me, we are one. It has nothing to do with a certain very, very popular these days. That's it. Thank you, sir. Was I audible, sir?
Yeah, very well. And,
hello.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank
yeah,
you.
you were audible. Your poem was excellent, and your the artwork was just mind blowing. So now over to Shraddha. Shraddha, are you ready with your dance?
Yeah.
I'm sure Shraddha will send us all to dance on her beats now. Over to Shraddha.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible and visible both?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm Dr. Shraddha Naik Bahulekar. I am working as the Associate Professor in Krishna Institute of Medical Sciences in Karad, which is one mid-scale town in Maharashtra, Satara district. Thank you very much, Shiv sir, for giving us this opportunity, this platform. This has been very exciting. We all have been very excited all through almost last 1 week for all this. And this is a statutory warning. This song compilation is going to change the entire mood of the program, which was till now. So be ready. What I would do is I would play the music. So Chitra ma'am, just let me know whether it is adequately audible first.
Yeah, sure.
Is it okay? Or you want it louder?
Yeah, a little bit louder will do. If at all your neighbors won't mind.
Is it okay or you want it louder?
A little louder will be okay, I think. A little louder, slightly.
Little louder.
Excellent. Excellent. It took a great
I think we
effort
need to actually
be
have
on the
live
chair.
performances. I think I'm waiting for the day when we actually are able to meet after the COVID and we have a program.
Yeah.
I think it will be amazing to listen to all the
Right now?
songs and watch the dances. It'll be amazing time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing beats, Shraddha. Actually, it was very difficult for us to be seated in our chair.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we also felt like dancing.
Yeah.
So now we'll go to Gorakh. Gorakh, are you ready with your song? Gorakh? Gorakh, are you there or have you left?
Gorakh was there all this time
Yeah,
commenting.
he was there. That's why.
Where is he gone?
Actually,
Okay.
Gorakh is a very
Yeah.
good halgi. Also, he plays very good.
Yeah.
But he kept the halgi part in the second half of the
Okay.
program.
Yeah.
Now he will be singing a song. Are you ready, Gorakh?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah,
Sir?
yeah. Sure. Yes, yes.
Thanks all. Thanks, Shiv, sir. I will sing a song from Amar Akbar Anthony. Parda hai parda. I will just check for first 20-30 seconds. Is it okay? थोडं पण Is it audible?
Yeah, it is, but volume needs a bit. I think
very
you have
low,
to increase
low
a bit.
audio. Very low.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. That is the track which is played behind. Now through mic, can you get me?
Yeah, yeah. Your voice is audible nicely. Yeah.
Okay.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, for me it's very loud now.
Yeah, yeah, yes, it's okay.
शबाब पे मैं जरा सी शराब फेंकूंगा किसी हंसी की तरफ ये गुलाब फेंकूंगा पर्दा है पर्दा है पर्दा है पर्दा है पर्दा है पर्दा पर्दा है पर्दा पर्दे के पीछे पर्दा नशी पर्दा नशी को बे पर्दा न कर तू पर्दा पर्दा नशी को बे पर्दा न कर तू तो अकबर मेरा नाम है पर्दा नशी पर्दा नशी को गए पर्दा न कर तू तो अकबर मेरा नाम नहीं है मैं देखता हूँ जिधर लोग भी उधर कहाँ ठहरती है मेरी नजर मेरे ख्वाबों की शहजादी पर इलाहाबादी मैं शायर हूँ हसीनों का हसीनों का तेरा दामन तेरा दामन तेरा दामन दामन दाम तेरा तेरा दामन न छोड़ूंगा महर चिलमन को तोड़ूंगा ना डर डालिन जमाने से अदा से या बहाने तेरा अपनी सूरत दिखा दे समा खूबसूरत बना दे नहीं तो तेरा नाम लेके तुझे कोई इल्जाम दे के तुझको इस महफिल में रुसवा ना कर तू हर सुआ हाँ पर्दा नशी को बे पर्दा न कर तू तो अकबर मेरा नाम नहीं है पर्दे के पीछे पर्दा नशी है पर्दा नशी को बे पर्दा न कर तू तो अकबर मेरा नाम नाम नहीं है। का शुक्र है चेहरा नजर तो आया है, आया का रंग निगाहों पे फिर भी छाया है। किसी की जान जाती है, किसी को शर्म आती है, किसी की जान किसी को शर्म, कोई आंसू कहा तो कोई मुस्कुरा, सता कर इस तरह की सर मजा लेते हैं ये दिल पर। हाँ यही दस्तूर है इनका, सितम मशहूर है इनका। कपाहों के चेहरा छुपा ले मगर याद रख हुस्न वाले जो है आग तेरी जवानी, मेरा प्यार है सर्द पानी, मैं तेरे गुस्से को ठंडा ना कर दूँ। हाँ परिधान चीखों पे परिधान कर दूँ तो अकबर मेरा नाम नहीं है। पर्दे के पीछे पर्दा नहीं है, पर्दा नशी को गए पर्दा न कर तू तो अकबर मेरा नाम है।
Yeah. Thank you, Gorak. Thank you. Thank you, Gorak. Can you, am I audible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it was an excellent song. Okay. Now, the next half, we are looking forward for your Halgi. Now, going to the next part of this particular program, it's a poem by me. Hope you all like it. That am I audible to everyone?
Yep.
Yeah. The title of my poem is Freeze the Moments. In our life, many a times, we come across many such happy moments when we feel that the time should stop then and there, and the moment should freeze, and we should enjoy those moments forever. Looking at this thing that the professional well-being, being with nature is always, it gives happiness. Here, the first half of the two stanzas of this
Suchitra, you're muted.
Came that post.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So coming to the part, the introduction again from the poem. This poem was written some couple of weeks ago. The first two stanzas, and afterwards, the later two stanzas, they were written just yesterday to present on this World Anesthesia Day. Hope you all like it. So, and I'm not a very great poet, so please pardon me if there are any literature mistakes. But I have tried. You can just think that you can just say that these are just the rhyming version of my thoughts. You can just say that these are the rhyming version of my thoughts. Freeze the moments. The crimson color of the morning sky. The sweet symphony from the birds flying high. The crimson color of the morning sky. The sweet symphony from the birds flying high. The soft wind flowing, caressing the trees. The soft wind flowing, caressing the trees. That's the moment when the time should freeze. The moonlit sky and a silvery sand. The moonlit sky and a silvery sand. The waves of the sea playing a soulful band. The waves of the sea playing a soulful band. Whistling of wind and rustling of leaves. Whistling of wind and rustling of leaves. That's the moment when time should freeze. That's the moment when time should freeze. Now coming to the second half. This is, as an anesthesiologist, it is important to us. At times, we come across a challenging case. At times, we come across a challenging case. High risk one, mistakes can make a mess. High risk one, mistakes can make a mess. But the case goes smooth, patient safely out of sleep. But the case goes smooth and the patient safely out of sleep. That's the moment when time should freeze. That's the moment when time should freeze. Sometimes it happens, heart refuses to beat. Sometimes it happens, heart refuses to beat. The monitor beep goes erratic and we go in a desperate freight. The monitor beep goes erratic and we go in a desperate freight. But a high quality CPR sets the heart on wheels. High quality CPR sets the heart again on wheels. That's the moment when time should freeze. And that's the moment when time should freeze. Thank you so much for patient listening.
Wonderful, Suchitra. Very nice.
Yeah, thank you, Shiv. I hope I was audible.
Yeah, it was very clear. It was absolutely clear.
Thank you so much.
You are audible, ma'am, unlike my performance.
Shiva.
Now we will go to our a very interesting, the last performance of this particular slot, the quiz, which will be, it is a fun quiz, which our own Shubha will be presenting. Shubha, over to you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. So happy World Anesthesia Day to all of you. And I'm going to be conducting this quiz with the help of Preeti. Preeti, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So this quiz is basically divided. There'll be two teams in this. There's team A and team B. And then there are 10 rounds. Okay. And in each round, the first question will go to team A and then to team B. And then we'll go to the second round. And each team will get 15 seconds. That's 15 seconds to give the answer. And anyone from the team can give the answer within 15 seconds. And if they don't give the answer, nothing. And if they give the answer, they get 1 point. And the question does not pass on to the other team if they don't give the answer. And the two teams, basically team A will be all the girls and team B will be all the guys. Okay, so this is going to be a girls versus guys quiz. And the theme of the quiz is famous Bollywood dialogues. Okay, so I'm going to read out some dialogues which are quite famous and quite easy. And you have to identify from which movie it was. Okay.
So who is team A? Who is team B? Is the girls team A?
All the girls come under team A and all the guys come under team B.
Okay. And we start with team A.
Team A, all the girls should be alert, and whoever knows the answer, whoever thinks they know the answer, can just unmute themselves and say it. Preeti, can you also keep a watch on Facebook if anyone answers?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are supposed to unmute that time. Yeah.
Okay. And then 15 seconds. So that time starts from the time I start asking my question. So in all, you get 15 seconds to answer. So I will be reading out my question a bit fast so that you get more time to think. Okay.
So is there multiple attempts? You can answer as many times as
anyone can attempt within the 15 seconds.
Negative markings.
Anybody gives a right answer. Anyone giving a right answer, the team will get a point. Okay?
You need to unmute yourself as well. That is also the trick, you know.
Shall I start?
Yeah.
Okay. So team A, all the girls, be ready. Okay, simple one. आज मेरे पास गाड़ी है, बंगला है, पैसा है.
दीवार.
Yeah. Preeti, you noted? Okay. Now,
yes, madam. 15 minutes.
Okay. You let me know when 15 seconds are done and just keep the score. Okay. Now, tell me when it's up.
No, but actually you can go to the next question because we have answered.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, and we are supposed to answer only once.
Yeah, fine. Then I'll continue once the answer is given. Okay. Now, team B, all the guys are ready. Okay. तुम्हारा नाम क्या है, बसंती?
Chole.
Okay. I told you they were easy. Opening questions are easy. Huh, Preeti? Yeah. Okay, now that was round 1, a very simple round, more like a trial. So now I'm going on to round number 2. Girls are ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
थप्पड़ से डर नहीं लगता है, प्यार से लगता है.
Dabang.
Okay. Okay, now guys ready? सारा शहर मुझे लॉइन के नाम से जानता है.
जंजीर.
हाँ, right. जंजीर.
No.
Girls.
No.
Kalicharan.
Girls. Yes, who said Kalicharan?
Kalicharan.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so 1 point.
So do the questions pass if someone can't answer after 15 seconds. Yeah.
No, I'll continue. Okay. Now, girls, round number 3 for girls. Tension लेने का नहीं, सिर्फ देने का.
Queen.
No.
Unna bhai.
Who said that?
I.
Munna bhai MBBS. Okay. That's a typical Munna bhai dialogue. Okay. Team number B. I can talk English, I can walk English, I can laugh English because English
Akbar Anteni.
No.
is a funny language.
Yeah.
Namak halal.
Namak halal is right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody has got all the answers right. Okay. Now round number 4. Girls, be ready. अरे बाबा wrong number है तो उठाती क्यों है?
मैम कुछ आगे और भी बोल दो.
Only one sentence. अरे बाबा wrong number है तो उठाती क्यों है? Anyone? Take a chance. You don't lose anything by trying.
Hera Fairy.
Yes. Hera Fairy. Who said that?
अरे वाह.
ये तो 10 मिनट हो गया.
Preeti's. No.
It was just
time is gone.
Okay. That came within the
No
time.
point for this one.
No point? Okay, fine. Okay. Now, guys, be ready. आधे इधर जाओ, आधे उधर जाओ. Chole or shole? Okay, fine.
Asrani.
His famous dialogue. Okay. Now, round number 5. Girls, be ready. उसका तो bad luck ही खराब है.
Come on, girl.
And keep trying. Just try.
का तो पैडलर की खराब है.
Time up. Okay.
Time up.
Yeah. Rangila. Okay. Now, guys, be ready. This is my favorite drink. You know, on the group, I keep talking about chai. हर चाय का एक वक्त होता है. Any clue?
Any hint?
25 seconds.
Time up. Okay. जब तक है जान was the movie. Okay. Now we go round number 6. This is for the girls. जो मैं बोलता हूँ वो मैं करता हूँ, जो मैं नहीं बोलता हूँ वो मैं डेफिनेटली करता हूँ.
राउडी राठौर.
Yes.
अरे वाह.
मूवी देखते हो आप लोग?
Okay. Now guys, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है मेरी दोस्त.
अरे शाहरुख खान का मूवी कौन सा है?
Om Shanti Om. Om Shanti Om.
Om Shanti Om.
My favorite
Okay.
movie.
Got it, na? Fine.
Yes.
Okay.
पूरा मोहब्बत पार्टी का आंसर नहीं देने का।
हाँ?
Round
पार्टी का आंसर नहीं देने का।
round number
You're on
7,
receive.
girls,
कितने
okay?
round से?
Round 7. बड़े-बड़े शहरों में ऐसी छोटी बातें होती रहती है ऐसे
कल्लो बात.
TDLJ. Okay, fine. That was easy. Now for the guys. हम जहाँ खड़े हो जाते हैं, लाइन वहीं से शुरू होती है.
दीवार.
Is correct, but not Diwar.
Zanjeer.
Oh, yeah, this is Kala Son. No, Kala Pattar.
Zanjeer.
मुकद्दर का सिकंदर.
Is it possible?
Kuli.
Can we attempt?
Guys only.
Can we attempt?
No, this is for guys.
Kuli.
Not Kuli.
It is not from Diwar.
No. Preeti, time up. Preeti, are you frozen?
Yeah, time up हो गया.
Time up.
Yeah.
जीतना ही नहीं है.
Kalia.
Bonus for that?
Kala Pattar.
No bonus.
कालिया.
Okay. Now round number 8. बचपन से ही मुझे शादी करने का बड़ा शौक है, by God.
जब we met.
अरे जब we met.
Okay. Now guys, I love you, Kiran.
डर.
Okay. Now number 9. Girls, be ready. गुलाब जामुन से याद आया, तिवारी जी, आपके हर्निया का ऑपरेशन होने वाला था.
गुलाब जामुन फंस गया.
एनेस्थीसिया का प्लान करते हैं.
Dabang, which Dabang? There were 2 Dabangs, 1 and 2.
Dabang 2.
Yes, Dabang 2. Okay. Now guys, number 9. अपना टाइम आएगा.
गली बॉय.
Guys, pardon?
Boys के लिए easy है.
Did you say Gully boy? Fine. Gully boy. Okay, fine.
Gully boy.
Now round number 10 will be on English movies. Both are questions for guys and girls. Okay, now girls. Yeah, girls. English movie. I'm the king of the world. Anyone? Anyone?
Titanic.
Yes, Titanic. Okay.
Hey, Google mara.
नहीं.
Okay. Now, guys. Okay, English movie again. Last question. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Probably in all movies they tell that.
Very classic words.
This is common dialogue.
This is a very classic dialogue. Anyone?
Yeah.
Time up. Okay. Girls want to try? Anyone? Gone with the Wind. Classic.
Okay.
So we are done with all 10. Preeti, can you tell us the scores?
Yeah.
Who has won? What are the scores of the girls and guys?
Guys win.
It's a tie.
Guys win.
No, guys never win.
Let Preeti tell us.
Today all are winners.
Girls have a score of 8 on 10.
Yes.
And guys, any idea, guys? Do you think you are winning or losing?
7.
7 on 10, yeah. Steve sir, that's another difficult quiz. We are so happy about it.
Yes. Okay, so congrats to all the girls.
Thank you, Shubha ma'am.
Welcome.
Thank you, Shubha. It was very interesting and exciting. I hope we will be doing it a lot more of this.
Yeah, we'll keep having more and more quizzes.
Yeah. And now I declare the first round of non-academic program is over. So over to Shiv and the speakers in the next slot.
Dheeraj.
It's 7 o'clock.
It's 7 o'clock, so we are running late.
Yeah, sorry.
Was that you, Alexa speaking?
Hello? Is Alex? Alex, yeah. Dheeraj, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you see me?
Okay. Can rest of everybody, rest of the members please unmute yourself. Neeraj, Vandana. Okay. You ready to share your screen, Dheeraj?
Yes, I will share my screen. Just let me know. Yeah. Usually, if
yeah, you're ready. Yeah, we're ready.
You know what my normal problem is.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'll take it through. So yeah.
So which one are you seeing, Shiv?
We're not seeing anything yet.
Are you not showing? Okay.
Yeah. Have you got your PowerPoint open?
I've got my PowerPoint open. It's just I'm trying to get the.
Yeah. Go on to the Zoom.
Yep. Just a minute. Give me a minute. Okay. Interesting.
Yep. It's going to start sharing in a minute.
Is it sharing?
It says he has started sharing screen, it says, but it's not showing. Yeah. It's actually on your switch screen, I think. It's showing your image.
Okay, it's not showing. Okay, 1 minute.
You're not actually clicked on the PowerPoint, I think, when it had that screen where you need to share. So you need to share the PowerPoint one. You might have share. Yeah, that's it. It's on.
It's on my screen, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Okay, I'll just even let me know if it's not, sometimes the slides don't go ahead. If it doesn't go ahead, please let me know, okay?
Dheeraj, if the slides don't go, you need to actually go on the screen on the left side. There's arrows right and left. You click on them.
No. I if sometimes it goes on my screen, but it might not project. So just
okay.
Let me know.
Don't worry. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, guys. I really don't know what to say. I feel like a completely misfit today after all that fantastic programs we've been sitting there and watching. This was one topic which I think when Shiv was talking about having this day, I volunteered. I said, I want to speak on this topic if possible. And Shiv said, yes, give it a go. And I think later on, we thought that, if we just have a small break from our, fantastic program which we're having and just talk about something else, that might be quite useful. So I thought, what should I use as my first slide? Yeah, usually you try to make something like an impact slide. I said, let me write something about, have a photo of WTG Morton giving ether anesthesia in his ether dome. Now, everyone knows that today is celebrated as, World Anesthesia Day because he demonstrated ether. But what people don't know was how his life, what happened to his life after that. He became so much in trying to prove that he was the first person who discovered anesthesia. He lost his complete sense of mind. He tried to file for a patent for a substance. He named ether as a completely different substance. And there was a lot he went through. Now, our post-COVID period, I think one of the things which was really wanting us to talk was of professional well-being, how we feel as anesthetic. We have become very good from ether to ultrasound-guided blocks now. But have we ever changed or thought about our mental health during this time? I had an unfortunate, the other thing which I wanted to just write as a number was like, a number called 1915 or something of that sort. Now that was a number in 2018 when there was an article presented in Anaesthesia where, it was not in Anaesthesia, I think, I can't remember exactly which journal it was, but in that was the number of people who knew that there was someone who committed suicide, in among their colleagues. And I thought, rather than putting a number, I'm sure each and every one of us know at least one or two colleagues who have committed suicide. I know one too. So after someone committed suicide, there was this part of me which wanted to actually think about what really drives us to suicide. And being anesthetists, the suicide rates are highest among anesthetists, but the very reason of that is possibly we are very good at committing a painless suicide, and we have access to substances with which we can commit it very easily. And that's the reason the numbers are high. But generally, our field is a very stressful field, and that is again something which leads us to it. So I was very interested in looking at it. So I started looking at a few factors. So this presentation is basically having a look at the factors which generally, as I say, drives me nuts. And I think I am not the only person who feels like this. I'm hoping by the end of my talk, most of you would feel a connection somewhere. Most of you would feel, yes, I feel that sometimes. And the whole idea is to understand the reasons, and then maybe in the future talks which we have, learn about how we handle this strategy, how we handle with this day-to-day problem. So let me take you back to 4 things which define how we think. Okay, these are called as the various quotients which we have in our life. Now, the first one is what you call as an intelligence quotient. So if you look at that, there are various squares with black marks and white marks, and you're supposed to say, where is the next black mark coming? Where is the next white mark coming? You do that and you get a score which is called as the intelligence quotient. Basically, it uses your power of reasoning, your power of deduction, to a certain extent uses your intelligence. Okay, most of us who are listening to my talk would have an intelligence quotient of anywhere between 100 to 100 and maybe 120 to 140. Some people might be lower than that. Some people might be higher than that. Okay, we agree. Most of us have a decent intelligence quotient. The second one is what is called as an emotional quotient. Now, emotional quotient is something about self-awareness. Okay, it is a capacity of a person to know oneself, and more than that, it's a capacity to know others. Okay, the intelligence quotient determines your intelligence, but your emotional quotient actually determines what kind of person you are. Now, we might, generally when I've seen doctors, they're very good with empathy, being empathetic, but awareness, self-awareness of what their personality is and how they are is not uniform among doctors. Some people have got really good emotional intelligence. Some people do not have it. The third factor is what is called as social intelligence. Now, social intelligence basically develops from experience with people and learning from your successes, learning from your failures in a social setting. Commonly, social intelligence is something we can call as, oh, that guy is street smart, or, you say, oh, this guy has got some kind of common sense. Or if you have someone like Bombay guy talking about this, common sense kuch zyada hi hai, in the sense that too much of common sense. But that tells you about what your social intelligence is. Now, in doctors, I find that a lot of people do have a reasonable amount of social intelligence, but even if you don't have, your training, the way it is, will make certain that after a certain point, you do have enough social intelligence in you. The last thing is the adversity quotient. Now, this I am not sure most of us have. Now, let's be very frank. As doctors, most of us have had our journey, which has been quite good in the sense that we have not faced adversity like some other professions might have. We've usually had quite smooth journey. We've entered into medical college, we've gone into our training. We've never had an event which has completely shaken our life. We've never been to a place where we really were like without a job. I'm not, it's not a generalization. I'm not saying everyone belongs to that boat, but a certain amount of us, have never faced adversity. So the adverse quotient is basically the score of a person's ability to face adversity and capacity to overcome challenges. And what I'm talking about is not the challenge of having a person arrest in front of you and you resuscitating and saying, hey, I have got a good adversity quotient, I resuscitated the patient. The person who was arresting was the patient, it wasn't you. It's never happened to you. So there is a difference in this. Now, if you look at all these 4 quotients, and suppose now I'm trying to say is that you have a guy who's got a very high intelligence quotient, but at the same time doesn't have a lot of emotional intelligence. He's not very street smart and has never faced adversity. And if this person suddenly comes in contact in a very dreadful situation, something horrific happens to him, what do you think this person will do? Okay, how is this person going to cope? And the most important thing is trying to understand yourself or trying to understand your friends. I was speaking to a couple of my friends and we said, we really need to know that if we are the kind of person who has got very high IQ, very low social intelligence, and if we are really not, never faced adversity, maybe that's the time you go and talk to someone and say, listen, I think one day when I'm really down, I want to come and talk to you, and I hope you can help me. So it's very important to understand what kind of personality you are. It's also very important to understand what kind of personality the person next to you is and your colleagues are. Once you do that, then we come to what is called as locus of control. Okay, there are two locus of controls. One is what we call as this personality has an internal locus of control, and the other one is when we say that this personality has an external locus of control. Now, this is very, very important, because a person who has an internal locus of control is a person who will always think that everything which happens in his life, the good or bad, they are caused by controllable factors such as one's attitude, one's preparation, and one's effort. Okay. This is the kind of person who always determines, I can determine my future, my passion, my hard work is what achieves the goal, and I am in control of my life. Okay, the people who have external locus of control, they are slightly different. They blame everything else. Okay, they don't think so they're responsible for the future. They say, I can't do anything about it. They don't even bother about it. They say, whatever happens next happens. They're quite fatalist. And these kind of person can actually deflect things much better than the people who are having internal locus of control. Because the problem with internal locus of control is that they think they can determine the future. They think their passions and hard work can help achieve goal. But when something goes wrong, these are the kind of people who will think, I could have done something better. It is my fault. And they will literally beat themselves up thinking, could I have done something better? Now, it is quite a difficult thing to do because all of us have some kind of internal locus of control. And I remember during the COVID period, I have spent nights where I've actually done ward rounds in my sleep. I finished my rounds. I have seen my patients. I come home. I am lying in my bed, and this is supposed to be my relaxation time. And I am thinking, is there something I missed? Could I have done something better? Did I do something wrong today? Or how do I improve myself? So you got to be understanding that this locus of control makes you responsible for failures which might not be necessarily yours, but maybe of the system, maybe of someone else. The other important aspect to control is called as the imposter syndrome. I mean, this is what I feel like today. I see people who sing a lot. I see people who are dancing. I see people who are doing extracurricular activity. I say, do I really belong here? Now, imposter syndrome is a very interesting thing. The first time I heard is when I went to a college in Cambridge, and they were talking about when people get admissions in Cambridge and they come there for the first time, they feel that they don't belong there. And this is what happens when we go to some conferences. We see a group of professors talking about what happens in dogs, cats, and mice. And we think, oh my God, I really don't know what's going on here. I must be an imposter. I don't belong here. I mean, these guys are like, oh, what are they talking about? But it's never like that. This slide gives you a classic representation of what an imposter syndrome is. Because you are generally thinking that this is what I know, the small yellow circle, and this is what I think others know. But in reality, most of the time, it is almost equal. It is like, this is what I know, and this is what others know. Okay, so the assumption and reality are different. All of us face imposter syndrome. Okay, and we must face that fact whenever. It might not just be in anesthesia, it might not just be in our day-to-day work, but generally what we do, we all face some kind of imposter syndrome. Moral compass, very interesting. What does it mean? Moral compass means it's a natural feeling that makes people know what is right and what is wrong and how they should behave. Okay. Now, the normal things which guides your moral compass are things like social compassion, integrity, family, fairness, personal responsibility, or just being kind to others. And you decide yourselves, this is my moral compass. This is what I think I should do. This is what is good. This is what is bad. But the problem occurs when there is a discrepancy between what is the moral compass of an individual and what is the moral compass of the society. Because the priority of the society at any phase can be completely different than what your priority is. This leads to quite a bit of conflict because you think what I'm doing is good for me and my moral compass. Society judges, no, it is not. You might have some of your colleagues who might think, no, what you're doing is wrong. And that creates conflict. So it's very important to understand these reasons, okay? Why conflict emerges, why you get more stressed, and what happens due to it. Now, let me give a classical example. We are presently in a COVID crisis in the United Kingdom, okay? There's a group of us who are doctors who think people should wear masks, they should not go out, they should not enjoy life. I am in the ITU, I'm looking after the patients, my patients are dying. What are these guys doing? Do they not have any moral compass? Now, there is another guy who is actually sat at home all day doing nothing. He's shielding himself. He has no form of enjoyment. The only enjoyment he can get is talking to a few people. For him, what is good for him is meeting people and talking to people, okay? There is another group of people who are made not to go to work, people who are in pubs and stuff like that. Their problem at present is they don't have work. They can lose their job, okay? So what is good for them is actually going and working, going out. And if they run a pub, they want people to come to their pub. They want people to have a pint. So you see in him, what is good for him is completely different from what is good for me. It is not to say that my social compass is anywhere better than his, but our priorities are different. And then you look at the government. I mean, the government has been criticized. So you tell me, what does the government decide? Does it decide that, okay, people have to, not go out, we reduce the rate of infection and stop people dying? Or the other thing is like, okay, these people can't do their jobs. They're going to lose their jobs. They're going to lose their money. They're going to lose their families. And probably they're going to lose their life. So the thing which the government thinks, which is good and bad, is completely different. The whole reason of trying to highlight this is that this is one of the factors which might change in different people. It might change between you and the society. But if you know what is good for you, do not, be happy with that. Be happy with your moral compass. Don't try to compare your moral compass with everyone's. It might not always be in the same line. Moving on from this, there is a concept called as moral distress. Now, moral distress is studied extremely well in nurses. I don't think so it's studied very well in doctors. Okay, what moral distress means, it's the emotional state which arises from a situation where a medic feels that the ethically correct action to take is different from what he is asked to do. Each one of us has got moral distress in our practice every day. Me, as an NHS physician, I might think that, okay, I want to do this for my patient. I want to use drug A for my patient. But my trust might say they can't afford that drug. NICE might say, no, this drug can't be used. So even though I know what is the best thing to do for a patient, I might not be able to do it. And this puts me in a dilemma. It puts me in a dilemma that I want to do it, but I can't do it. And the factors because of which I can't do it is sometimes completely out of my hand. Now, when I used to do private practice in Bombay before I came to the UK, I used to visit places which were rooms with windows, and they were called operating theaters. There were machines, which were called as anesthetic machines. But the moment you step into the theater, I was asked, oh, you're not going to give GA, isn't it? Because that machine is there, but I'm not sure how the machine is working. I'm pretty sure we've come a long way from that. But again, it is something which causes distress to you. Us as anesthetists, if we think that this form of anesthesia is in the best interest of our patient and we want to give it, there are factors which are completely out of our control which prohibits us from doing that. So you see, each and every one of us faces moral distress every day, and it is very important to realize that you as an individual physician is not the only person who faces moral distress. The moral distress is spread amongst everyone. It is just how you handle this is what's going to help you with coping your work better. Now, this slide is just an example. Now, this slide is an example of how an ITU nurse might feel moral distress. Okay, There are internal constraints like lack of self-confidence, fear, religious conflicts. Or do we withdraw treatment? I don't agree with that. There are spiritual conflicts. There are external constraints on her, like lack of collegiality, might be a very hierarchical system in the hospital, the very restrictive policies, or there might be clinical situation. We are just treating patients even though we know the treatment is futile. Sometimes inappropriate care is being delivered to the patient. Sometimes inadequate pain relief is given to the patient. So you can see all this, everyone recognizes it as wrong, but you can't do anything about it. And when this happens, that certainly increases your distress massively. Now, we have a habit, okay? And this is not just among doctors, generally as people, we like to live in the future, okay? It is very important to live in the present, okay? Because at present, what is happening is happening. What is happening in the future, I am not, I don't know about it. But imagine the times when we actually come to know, well, I've got an ASA grade 4 patient. Oh, he's going to do this kind of procedure. There's going to be a lot of bleeding. And once that bleeding occurs, oh my God, my patient will arrest. If my patient is arresting, I'm going to try doing CPR. Now, you might say, having a plan is good. I am not saying don't have a plan. We as anesthetists live on our plans. We live on our plan A, plan B, plan C. I am not saying don't plan for the future. What I am saying is don't live the future. Okay, don't live in the future. Has your patient arrested today? No. Are you having to give blood transfusions today? No. So why are we constantly in that scenario where we are thinking that the patient, is dying? I might have to give CPR. I might have to give blood. I mean, I am sure a lot of us are literally living that scenario when we think about that situation. Stop doing that. Don't live in the future. Okay, live in the present. Yeah, litigations, complaints, and insurance. My friends, you signed up for it the day you became a doctor. Okay, and if you're practicing in a Western country like me, well, you definitely signed for it. So don't complain about it. You have your insurance. Sign for your MDU or in MPS. Pay your insurance and let them take care of your problems. You relax. You just treat the patient. You live in the present. Okay. Communication. I very strongly believe that miscommunication is the root of all misunderstandings. Okay. And one of the problems with communication, which I have released, and I used to have a lot of this problem, is what we call as the problem of intent versus impact. Now, what this means is that I have seen a lot of people come to me and say, I'm so misunderstood. I say, well, yeah, I never really wanted to do that, but this is how that person took it. Can you believe that person? And immediately you got to realize what that person is facing is an intent versus impact problem. It means that it was never my intention to say anything like that, but that person felt it because maybe I have a very close body style. I was leaning over the person. My non-communicative skills were not good. I give you an example. I was a lead for audit and sort of mortality in my trust. And there was this gentleman X. Every time I went to him and asked him, what's happening with this audit process? That person was taken aback. And a lot of times I felt, what's happening? Why is this guy not doing what I'm asking him to do? And then, one of the managers took me aside and said, listen, Dhiraj, you're a consultant. You come to this person, he's just, not just, I'm sorry, that's the wrong word to do. He's an admin staff. And he looks at you as a consultant. And when you come towering and asking him what goes on, it makes him nervous. So that's why he doesn't react. Why don't you change your tact and ask it in a different way? I went the next time and I said, hey, Mr. X, I have this problem and I heard you're great with Excel. Can you help me out? And believe me, he gave me so many solutions in that one time I spoke to him than the multiple times I had before. So communication is the key. And, as George Bernard Shaw once said, it's the biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. We believe we have communicated something very well, but, things have never gone or never hit the mark. Now, challenge of change. I'm sure most of you must have seen this curve. Change is something which causes undue stress to a lot of people, but it should not, because change is the only thing which is static in life. We know change happens, and change happens every time. So whenever, for example, let's say, I'll give you two examples, and you see both the graphs will follow the same pattern. I have someone, there's a patient I've told, you have got cancer, or there is a system which has been working for some time, or if I say tomorrow, let's start working from 7 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock. The changes which will occur in the same manner. First, there'll be a shock. Okay, the shock that, oh my God, I've got cancer. Or the shock, what did this guy just say? I'm going to start at 7. Okay, and then there'll be a stage of denial. That person who has cancer will think, no, it can't be. I'm not having cancer. The doctor must be wrong. The test must be wrong. Or you might be thinking, 7 o'clock, there is no way I'm doing it. Okay, I am not going to do it, or whatever it is. You're going to have anger. But the thing is, the person has cancer and you are going to have start working from 7 o'clock. And then comes your stage of acceptance. You say, hey, you know what? I have cancer. Or you think, I have to start working from 7. So how do I plan it? Okay, I'm waking at 6:30 now. I might wake up at 6. I might just do my yoga in the evening or whatever that kind. And then you actually grow. So the whole thing with change management is actually trying to reduce this part of the curve. Yeah, don't go into this dip, because you can't do anything about it. Recognize it, and straight away from this phase of denial, take some time, okay? Feel sorry for yourself. Say, oh my God, what's happening? Accept it, and then go directly to decision, new ideas and integration. It makes your journey very, very easy. Change is gonna happen, and there is nothing you can do about it. But there are some things which you should be able to do, and these are being lean and being agile. What I mean is that this is the sort of management policy which is not, I don't think so it's integrated very well in the NHS system. I hope in the private sectors they can do it slightly better. One, being lean means anything which adds bulk to your work, okay? Anything which is extra should be taken out. If it is not in the interest of the patient, all that paperwork, all that bureaucracy is useless, okay? It adds burden. It should be taken out, okay? Secondly, you should be agile. What do you mean by agile? Is if you look at something and you see, I can change it, go ahead and change it, okay? But normally, if we see something and we want to change it, at present, our process is such that we have to come back, we have to go through 3 or 4 meetings, okay? Meet 3 or 4 committees and institute change. But being agile is very helpful, and I think that's something missing. Participation of both clinicians and organization is very important. And if you're doing change, always make sure the persons whom change is affected is involved in the change. Now, when they teach you about change management, they'll teach you that whenever you want to have change, there are 20% who will readily accept it. There are another 60% in the middle who will say, okay, I might accept it. And there are 20% who will never accept it. They're called the laggards. Leave them aside. Do not waste your time. You can make a simple 2x2 chart, okay? For if I take a 2x2 chart and I say, the people who are important to the project and the people who are important to me. So if I have people in the box who are important to the project and important to me, they are the people I'll work the most. And on the other end of the project, if there are people who are not important to me and they are not important to the project, I am not going to waste my time trying to convince these guys. I will just concentrate on the people I can concentrate on and go from there. But meaning that, there are people who have been working with the most difficult of circumstances and have changed the world. I was at the World Anaesthesia Conference the World Anaesthesia Day Conference in Bombay last year. It was my privilege to be a speaker there. I listened to Dr. Abhay Bang. I don't know how many of you know about him. But this is a gentleman who published a paper where he decreased the infant mortality rate from 120 to 30 per 1,000 live births. So in an area called as Gadchiroli, 120 people used to die, and he reduced it to like 30, a 75% reduction. He did that change in a village called as Gadchiroli. His paper has been published in the vintage papers of Lancet. Yeah, this is like where you have, Alexander Fleming discovering penicillin and stuff like that. One of the most important paper, and his talk was inspirational. I mean, I was very lucky to attend that talk. I still get goose pimples when I listen to it. So change, if managed properly, can be affected. Everyone talks about resilience. Yeah. Everyone nowadays, you go into any conference, they say, oh, be resilient. Don't be resilient. You have to. But I think we generally lack resilience as doctors. Let me tell you, if you want to do something, if I come up with a project, I go to the management once and I say, can I change this project? Management says, no. I say, okay, go back. I go the second time and I say, can I change this project? And they say, no. I said, yeah, what's your problem? Yeah, they're not listening to me. I am coming with something very good and they're not listening to me. So I dumped the project. Now, there was a study done in America. Do you know an average car salesperson has to pitch for a car between 6 to 12 times to sell a car? So he will have to pitch at least 6 times, if not 12 times to sell a car. But when we come up with an idea asymmetric, we pitch it once or twice and then we ditch it. So it's very important to sometimes be resilient, sometimes to follow your dreams and follow a plan. Now the chimp tells me, this is another thing, okay? Respond, don't react. I know there was, recently Sundar Pichai made this as his buzzword, but this has been there for some time. There is something called as a chimp in your brain. It's the limbic system. It always tells you to run, okay? It always asks you to react. So suppose Shiv comes and tells me, Dheeraj, you're not going to do this topic. I said, what? Why are you saying you're not going to do this topic? If my chimp tells me to react, say, what's the problem with this guy? Okay, if a surgeon tells you, can you not give spinal? Suddenly, why am I not going to give spinal? Who is the surgeon to tell me? This is your chimp telling you. This is your chimp reacting, okay? This is your limbic system. You're not responding, you're reacting, okay? It is very important for your own mental well-being sometimes to keep the chimp under control. I would recommend read this book, yeah, The Chimp Paradox. It is a very good book, okay? It tells you about what the chimp does, and it's very important to, understand this concept. We all live in the era of COVID, okay? There are 3 things which has happened due to COVID. One is anxiety of uncertainty. When I was listening to all my, lady colleagues speaking, they all went on about this. You were anxious about what is going to happen. No one knew what was going to happen. This made us do decisions which we never done in the life. I mean, Shiv also said that, it was nice to listen to all the women. I usually listen to, I live in a house which has got my wife, my daughter, my dog, who's a female. And I think I've got 2 guinea pigs who are females. And I think sometimes when I look at my 2 goldfish, I think even they are females just the way they look at me and the way they snap at me. But, jokes aside, I think the anxiety of uncertainty is something which caused a lot of problems for us. The second thing was fear, ignorance, and maladjustment. The fear of not knowing what was going to happen, and people saying, oh, I'm not going to treat if I am not going to have this mask, or people asked, oh no, you're going to go to this hospital and you're going to treat these patients even when you didn't know how to treat, led to a lot of angst amongst a lot of people. And the obliteration of Bayesian models. Do you know the Bayes theorems is very simple. It says the probability of an event is usually based on prior knowledge of a condition related to the event, and we act on it based on that. So when you have an FRC exam, if you don't know a question, all they look at is how do you answer it? Are you safe? Do you have a system to answer it? Now, this is what the Bayes theorem is all about. When I used to treat respiratory problems in ITU, I have a strategy. I have a strategy if patients become hypoxic, if they become hypercarbic. Now I can prone patients, I can send them for ECMOs, I can do all sorts of gizmos. But this disease completely left me in a lurch. Whatever I was doing was not working. So what it did was that all this knowledge I had accumulated and what Bayes said that it should work was not working. And that did cause quite a lot of problems to a lot of people. Now, why have I gone through all this? It is basically because all this leads to what is called as burnout. Okay? Burnout is just a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion. Okay? It is caused by excessive and prolonged stress. Recognize the factors recognize the symptoms of burnout. Okay, if you're constantly feeling tired and drained, if you're having headaches, frequent illness, if you're always doubting yourself, if you're having a sense of failure, if you're having a sense of helplessness or loss of motivation, all this are associated with burnout. You got to realize that you're burning out there. So what do we do with that? Well, we have peer groups. Okay, you need to talk to people, you need to talk to friends, and you need to talk to, things which are around you, which are readily available for you. Like what I keep saying is that when I look at people, if you have a problem with anesthesia, you come to the anesthetist. Okay. If you want to learn something, you come to us as game changers. I want you to come to us if you are having problems with your mental health too. I mean, I don't know going forward if we can set a forum anonymously, but I can tell you, I will tell you of, the one thing which happens whenever I give a lecture is I get so many Facebook friend requests. Sometimes, I'm not saying that I don't want to be friends with you, but if it's professionally inclined, I have a LinkedIn address. You guys can join me on LinkedIn and I'm very happy. But I've had people reach me out on Facebook, and this has happened, saying, sir, can I have a random chat with you? We sometimes have what we call as randomized coffee trials in the hospital. If you see a person you don't know anything about, chat to that person. Okay, just chat. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to discuss, how are you going to use an ultrasound or your peripheral nerve stimulator to do the block. No, just chat. See, what do you do? How many kids do you have? How's your life going? Are you happy? Can I do something to help you? I think one thing of us being a peer group is we should use ourselves, and we should use this group as trying to improve not just our knowledge about anesthesia, but how we communicate with each other about our mental health. In conclusion, I will always say, know thyself. Okay, know what you're made up of. Know what kind of personality you are. Know your limitations. Okay, please know your limitations. You are not supposed to be God. You're not supposed to be doing everything. It is okay to say no. Learn to say no. If I can't do this procedure, I can't do this procedure. If someone's hurting you, say, no, I feel hurt. You didn't talk to me right. Do it. Please do it. What is wrong with that? Remove all the negativity around you. Okay, be positive. It's not always easy. See, as an anesthetist, I believe there are two things which each anesthetist have. We are all obsessive compulsive. We always check, whether we have 2.3 mL of lignocaine or bupivacaine or 2.4, mL of bupivacaine. We always check that my 2 mL syringe is my local syringe, my 5 mL syringe is my anesthesia, my spinal syringe, that is what I give but this is a matter of safety. We've decided that we have device. There's nothing wrong with it. We are obsessive compulsive and we are pessimists. We always think, oh, something's going to go wrong. Nothing's going wrong. Patients, absolutely. No, something is going to go wrong. And it is an inherent trait. Recognize that trait. We have that, but remove that negativity. Okay. Acknowledge emotions, but don't amplify them. This is a very simple thing. Okay. For example, if you have got pain in your leg, you've got pain in your leg. You acknowledge that. I have a pain in my leg. I'm going to take a paracetamol. I am going to take ibuprofen. It's going to disappear. If you're going to say, oh, I've got pain in my leg. Oh God, I'm really suffering with that pain in the leg. Yeah, that pain in the leg, I'll have to amputate my leg. Oh, that is horrendous. I am really suffering. Why can't others see? What you have done here, you have just amplified your emotions. Okay. You have done nothing else. You've not acknowledged it. So if something didn't go right, acknowledge it. Say, oh, this didn't go right. But at the same time, don't amplify and keep thinking, go into that loop about that. Most important thing, speak to someone, ask for help. We as consultants, I'm sure Shiv and most of the consultants who work abroad or in the UK, at least, we have this culture where if I don't know what to do, I have no hesitation to ask the person who's next to me. I will go and say, suppose I was in Shiv's hospital and I couldn't get a regional block. He would be the first person I would go and say, Shiv, can you tell me what to do about this regional block? It is okay to ask for help. Okay. Understand that. If anything, ask for them more. The most important thing, wake up with a smile. You have finished half your battle. Yeah. You could have died last night in your sleep. A lot of people die in their sleep. Okay. You've not died. You've woken up. Okay. So you've won half the battle. So just smile, go through the day and just wish that you're going to have a good day. I know it's all woolly, but these things make a difference and try it. If it doesn't work, then you can just say this guy was waffling about on, the talk he gave the other day, but there's no harm in trying. With that, I've given you a lot of, knowledge here. If there are any Funsuk Wangdos in you who want to stand up and ask me a question with which I would have no clue on what the answer is, be my guest and do that. Okay. Thank you very much.
Excellent lecture, Dheeraj.
Yeah, just try stop sharing my screen. That's the other thing now.
It will be there on the top. Yeah, it says stop sharing it. Yeah.
Oh, on the top. Okay.
Yeah. You can do it from the bottom. You can do the top as well.
Dr. Dheeraj, can I ask you a question?
Okay. Ask me a question. I'm not saying that I will be able to answer it, but I will try my best.
Is Dr. Shiva okay with it, or should I hold it?
Yeah. Go ahead. Ask.
Yeah. It is not too long.
Who actually is it possible for you to not compare yourself with others in terms of skill, in terms of this thing?
So sorry, what is your question?
The question
comparing with others.
With others. How can you actually stop comparing with others? We live in a society where constant comparison is inevitable. Even if you don't compare, the society will compare you with others.
Yeah.
With some other gold standard, they will compare you with some other gold standard. See whether you fall short, or you perform well in life or something like that. How do you set your own yardsticks in life?
So, I mean, as I was saying, it's a very difficult question. As I said, I talked to you about imposter syndrome, where you think you don't know much, whereas you know as much as the other person knows.
Yeah.
And the second thing I talked to you about was the moral compass of the society. It is always going to be different than what you want and what the society wants. I think I learned, one of the things you learn in England is you always learn how to do difficult questions. And I can handle a difficult question by telling you is that I always answer a question with a question. Oh, she was showing something. But I'll tell you, there is a
read this.
in engagement. Yeah, Steve Peters.
My favorite author, Steven Pinker is my favorite author too. Steven Pinker.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that I ask people, what is more important to you, being content or being happy? Now, people don't understand this question, but the question is very simple. Being content means you have set some goals for yourself. As soon as you've attained that goals, you are content. Means you are deciding your own goal. Okay. Being happy is usually a relative thing. You are happy as compared to the person next to you, or you are unhappy compared to the person next to you. Okay. So the whole thing about comparison, come out of it. Okay. You have to justify things only to yourself. And that's the way I look at it. Because I, at the end of the day, have to justify anything only to me and my social conscience, my moral conscience, my moral compass, what affects me, what is important to me. And be selfish. What is wrong in that? If I think we are not selfish enough, why are we going and trying to do cases one after the other? Whereas I think sometimes the thing which is more important for me is to be with my daughter. That time is more important to me than, sometimes giving anesthesia to someone. And I am selfish, but I love it. One of the things with lockdown is that I was with my daughter for 2 months, 3 months. She couldn't go back to a university in Cambridge. And I was with her. I was talking to her. I loved every minute of that. I'm not going to regret it. And if someone compares saying, oh, he was with his house with his daughter, I don't care. So what I'm trying to say is that have your own, make sure you know what you want to be. Okay. And once you achieve that, do not worry about anyone. Don't get compared with what is the yardstick the society uses. Money, intelligence. These are all woolly numbers. There is nothing definite about it. These are all very relative. You are rich as compared to someone who's poor. You are poorer as compared to the boss of Amazon. So there is nothing.
Depends who you compare to, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, after this talk, I mean, I think, we're going to take you to some crazy heights with, it's about being high all the time. Eh?
Yeah, Shankaraman is going to talk about, I think, fitness.
Yeah, so Dr. Shankaraman, I invite Dr. Shankaraman to come and talk about how he's always high. And maybe we can take some few tips from him and be high all the time. Huh? Dr. Kandaswamy, if you're there, the floor is yours.
Hi, sir.
Yeah. Are you ready to share your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get your screen on. Yeah, it's all ready. Fantastic. There we go.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, very audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, all. Hi, everyone. And very happy World Anaesthesia Day. And my sincere thanks to Dr. Shiv and E-Gurus. And it's my great pleasure to talk in this forum about the app title for me. I'm always high. My endorphins are always high. So I will share my views on my marathon from my college days to hockey player to marathon nowadays, and managing my anesthetic practice also. So this is my lifetime achievement, the Guinness World Record, the most number of participants in a half marathon, which I ran in Pune, Satara, the hill. Usually you all know the running a half marathon in a plane, in a normal road is difficult. But I took the same time in a hill. This is the scenic view of the Pune Satara, 2000 feet from sea level, and around elevation is so high, around 1000 plus. And I ran uphill around 7 to 8 kilometers uphill, and back down the hill. It's almost sprint to finish. So it's my lifetime achievement. I got this Guinness World Record. So this is my lifetime achievement as a marathon runner. So as passion from my school days, hockey to my running marathon, there is no age limit. As rightly pointed out by the previous speaker, Dr. Dheeraj, you should be always high. I request Dr. Shivakumar to start a peer group on fitness. So I'm ready to share my views and train as so many and so on. So, and I'm ready. So there is no age limit for running. And see, there is around 11th kilometer in a half marathon. I'm overtaking a 12-year-old boy. So Usain Bolt is my role model. He's a sprinter, but I'm not a sprinter, but I do long runs. I do marathons, Mumbai Marathon, everything. But I take Usain Bolt as a role model, and I always have the energy. I have the gas to finish my marathon with a sprint. That is most difficult part, but that's why you can come on screen and you can make history. So fitness at this 2020 is more of COVID era. So previously, every year we think of fitness like making a six-pack or going for a diet plan and so on and so forth. But now in COVID, we are all frontline warriors, anesthetists, we are around the clock, we are working. And our fitness at this juncture in this 2020 is to increase the immunity and improve our mental health. So actually you should take care by only nothing else except health and fitness. So what are the benefits? Benefits is 1 hour of workout a day is almost equivalent to just 4% of your day. So rest of the 23 hours, you'll be fresh, energetic with your endorphins and whatnot. Anesthetists, we all know we will be pumping our adrenaline and everything. But 1 hour of workout every day will make you fit and throughout the day. And the release of endorphins make you high. As I ran the marathon, but it will be very useful in the day long. The food is the most utilized anti-anxiety drug, and exercise is the most underutilized antidepressant, and exercise is free. You should note that. Nowadays, sitting for long, the workout, the IT people, they are suffering. This sitting is equivalent to smoking. Even 1 hour of sitting for long in a long webinars, it's equivalent to smoking. So you move around. Every 1 hour, move around for 10 minutes and come back, and do a stretch and come back. So sitting is equivalent to smoking. This is my slide. So I cannot preach anesthetists about pre-op assessment. Like every workout, you have to have before starting every workout, you have to have your personal evaluation, like mastical checkup, your baseline heart rate, vitals, everything. And you have to do your baseline sugars, creatinine, renal function, etc. Each and before every full marathon, I do all mastical checkup, including echo, cardiac fitness, and then go for a marathon. So this is the dilemma, when to work out. This is the most of the people, we give excuse. Morning I am busy, morning post-duty off, I slept off. So the morning again is a dilemma. Then comes evening, morning from morning to evening, busy cases. Post-duty again, I slept off, evening. So which one to select? Usually I prefer in the morning. I'm an early bird. I get up in the morning by 4 a.m. 4:30 I'm ready, put on my shoes. 4:30 to 6 o'clock, I finish my workout and go to work. So morning is ideal. I suggest you people to do a morning workout, ideal, whatever time. First, it will be few days, it will be difficult, but it becomes a habit, you'll be consistent, and then you can beat anyone in the world. Evening, some people are free in the evening, but after your terrific hard work as anesthetists in the morning, it's very difficult to do in the evening. I suggest evening, if you want to work out, you cannot do high intensity workout, you can do just like walking. That you can plan after your age of 60. Then comes the choice of workout. What to choose? You have to have a personalized workout. If you're a runner, if you are going into race, or you're going for cycling, if you're going for swimming or anything particular sport, you can have a personal coach, a personal trainer. I'm into marathon. I have a personal coach. I have a personal dietitian, a full team with me, and a physio also. But as for any of your people who are starting a workout, you have a personalized plan. You can set your plan and you can start your workout. Don't be a copycat and something follow from their online or YouTube. Finally, the third point is consistency gives better results. even if you do 30 minutes of exercise, some walking, something you do it every day, will become consistent. You will get better results. And always compete with yourselves. Don't compare with anyone else. I can't be Usain Bolt in any of my age. Workout schedule. Workout schedule, again, you have to plan your workout. As anesthetic, we are very well versed with any plan or schedule. So you have 7 days a week. So 2 days you can have rest. You can sleep off. Like post-duty or on duty, you can skip the workout. But other 5 days, 3 days you can select for your regular passion or workout. Either you select walking or cycling or whatever it is, gym, you want to go to gym, anything, you can do it for 3 days. That you can do it on the regular workouts on alternate days. And remaining 2 days, you can do a baseline core workout, that is strengthening. Strengthening means you can do upper body and lower body strengthening. You can also add the latest trend is yoga, the crazy now. You can do yoga, you can do the yoga. Yoga brings down heart rate and the core strengthening. So you can do. So 2 days a week, you take rest, 3 days of your regular workouts, and 2 days you do a core strengthening. This is the general workout schedule. So before any workout and after finishing workout, what do you do? Usually we start, put on the shoes, put on the shorts and t-shirt, go out, just walk and come back, and we sleep off. So before any workout, you do a warm-up. What is warm-up? You have to do it for 10 minutes. Either you do a small jog or you can do some joint rotations, like from head to foot, you can do joint rotation just to loosen your joints. The aim is to raise your heart rate to your exercise level. And never, the main point is never stretch your resting muscles, because stretching your resting muscles in the start of your workout will make you prone for injuries. So always do just loosening and just warm up, or a warm up jog is enough for a before starting a workout. This is called dynamic warm up. So coming to after finishing the workout, don't just finish the workout and go down and you relax. Just you have to do the stretches. Stretches again from the all group of muscles from head to foot. Each and every of my slide can be a separate topic, but because short of time, I made it simple and short. So group of muscles from head to foot, you can do a stretch. Each stretch will be a count of 10. And don't stretch more, you'll prone for injury. And finally, you can do a savasana. Just lay down flat, close your eyes and breathe. Slow down your breathing, slow down your heart. So you can do a savasana, that is a basic of yoga, and you can do it for 5 minutes. If you do more than 5 minutes, you will sleep off. That is also there. You will go into stage 3 of anesthesia. Then finally, reminder, main point is hydration. You have to have a good hydration after a workout, because you sweat a lot, especially in Chennai, hottest place of the world. Coming to the next, what are the fitness gadgets? This is a crazy thing. You can have from Apple series and so on and so forth, Fitbit and so many are there. And as far as Apple is, these apps are concerned, so many apps are there. So which one to select and what is the use of these fitness gadgets? These gadgets actually really help you to improve your performance. They have so many, they monitor the heart rate. Some now Apple series are coming out with this pulse oximeter. I don't know how it's working. And you can monitor how much duration and how much pace you are going. As far as I am concerned, I monitor my pace, my running, my resting heart rate, and the speed. So you can monitor with the gadgets. So these gadgets help you to improve your performance. So, but choosing your gadgets is your personal preference. Coming to hydration. Hydration, basically, you can have a pre-workout hydration, hydration during your workout, and post-workout hydration. Simple and best, 0 calorie and no sugar. This thing is water. You can have, start your workout, except yoga, where you do on empty stomach or nil oral. You can have something to eat, like banana, simple banana. Or I take simple for running, I take ABCD juice. That is a simple trick, ABCD. A is for apple, 1 apple. B is for beetroot. C is for carrot. And D is for dates. Don't add sugar. You cannot, if you want, you can add sugar, this one, honey. So this ABCD juice, you can make it in the morning and you can take pre-workout drink, which is very, very, very good energy producing antioxidant, and I take it before running. And if you are, what happens if you do on empty stomach? You are going to burn calories. You are not going to burn your muscles. So please take something, at least a banana, or as I suggested, some juice before a pre-workout. And during the workout, you can take water, the basic thing. And in reference to the various energy drinks, please avoid, because you can have only electrolyte drinks, because all the energy drinks have sugars. Sugars, as you know, will have extra calories. So avoid energy drinks. And post-workout, you can have hydration and the electrolytes drinks, and you can load your this thing, a breakfast, whatever post-workout, you can load with proteins, because of you have to recover from the, if there is for the recovery for the muscles. Coming to the types of exercise, you can choose whatever you want, whatever you feel like, and you have passion, walking, jogging, running, cycling, swimming, yoga, or any passion of your choice. The first thing, walking, jogging, running, needs no equipment, just a shoes, t-shirt and shorts, and you can do anywhere in the world. Wherever I go for any conference, even I came to NBMF FM Hyderabad, I took my shoes and shorts and I ran around 5 kilometers every day in the morning. Thanks to Shiv sir, and a nice weather in Hyderabad, and thanks to Dr. Arun also. So I had a fantastic and 5 kilometer on the roads of Hyderabad. Even I don't know the road, but with a GPS, I came back to the hotel safely. So walking is very easy. You can do any part of the day. You can do walking. So that is one thing. Jogging, it is between running and walking, but you have to do the running motion. That's it. The jogging, you can have a slow, it is very slow pace. So you can have a low heart rate and fat burning exercise. It is jogging. Running, if you're really interested, you can step into running. It's really, really addicted, and you will get endorphins like anything. Cycling, again, in major sport. I think UK people are like crazy. Even in India, now it has come a major sport, cycling. You can do swimming. Cycling and swimming, I do once in a month. It's a cross training, one method of cross training for running. From form of recovery from any injury also, you can do cycling and swimming. And finally, the yoga. Yoga is excellent form. And if you're really interested, take a guru. Like so many e-gurus here, you could take a guru, learn something and do. Don't copycat from the online, do something, and don't go into any spasm, back pain, and you have to go into a orthopedician. That is very bad. So since I am a runner, I want to share you the correct running posture. You have to have from head to foot, you have to have a straight line. You have to have a tall view. Don't look down. So you have a tall view so that your neck is not bent. Don't after the run, you don't have neck pain. Regarding the shoulders should be relaxed, and your arms should be at the 90-degree angle. You should move front and back and not across the chest. And regarding the hip is concerned, don't bend your hip back, and it will cause back pain. So you have to lean forward from your ankle. So this is the correct lean when you are running. So that is about the back and legs. And the landing, regarding landing, that is the forefoot and midfoot you have to land. But most of the people, they land by the heel, and you will get all sorts of calcaneal problems. So this is the correct posture for running, the method of running. Slowly you can practice, and if you are interested, you can step into running. Coming to yoga, very, very useful form of recovery, and very, very useful form of parasympathetic system. Once in a non-academic group also, one of the anesthetists, they have asked for randomized control trials. But by my experience, I have slowed down my heart rate and my breathing only because of yoga. The simple form of yoga you can do, everyone can do, is the Surya Namaskar. Around 12 sets you can do. Start with 12 steps are there. You can do 2 to 3 sets per day. If you do consistently, it's very excellent form of recovery and day-to-day exercise, because it is the only form of yoga you can do. Anybody can start, and it involves all group of muscles of the body. So yoga, I suggest Surya Namaskar for everybody. That is the thing. If you are interested, you can learn something else, and asanas you can do, and that is it. Next is breathing. Breathing also you have to practice. So much is there. That is also a separate topic. Pranayama, Nadi Sutti, so many is there. So that also you can practice daily. Coming to this meditation, you can do meditation as far as anesthesia is concerned. That Dheeraj also presented nicely. You have to do meditation, start meditation, nothing else. You sit in a closed place, don't see your gadgets, laptop, anything, push up everything, and sit in a quiet place and close your eyes and relax for 1 minute. Take a 1 minute challenge for meditation daily. you will go into meditation form or a meditation state very easily. So meditation, as I advise you, you can do it for at least 5 minutes a day. But the main thing is yoga and meditation or any yogic form of exercises, you have to do at least only in empty stomach, nil oral. As the anesthetist, you have to do it nil oral. Some of the things you should know in or any workout is the sleep, the rest or sleep, which is lacking in most of the anesthetists. Then the diet pattern, we take whatever it is available or whatever time we are free, we take the diet or take the food, and injury and recovery. These are the things we have to note. Sleep is concerned. We have to sleep like a kid, that we forget. Whenever we have time, we sleep like anything. Thus, it becomes a nap. That is, I'm not going into the sleep pattern. I'm not a pulmonologist like REM sleep or NREM sleep. But you have to sleep like a kid. 6 to 8 hours is advised, but it's not possible for anesthetist. I cannot advise you. I'm also being an anesthetist. But whenever you sleep, other than duty days or post-duty days, make it a particular time, like 10 to 5 or 10 to 4, and make a sleep habit. That is very important. So you need not go to set an alarm. You'll get up automatically before the alarm and switch off the alarm. But mostly we snooze and then get up. So that is the thing. And then you should not sleep like this. The picture, the lady in the picture. So one eye on the laptop or one eye on the mobile phone. As soon as you get up, you see the WhatsApp messages. What is the time? What is the thing? Nothing to your gadget should be off when you are asleep. Very difficult to preach, but you can practice easily. Coming to the diet, there is umpteen number of plans in the online. You have keto diet, you have paleo diet, you have intermittent fasting. I had also tried one intermittent fasting from the non-academic group, but I lost weight, an inch loss only. But people tend to think that if you do diet plan, usually athletes don't diet and exercise. I don't diet and exercise. So if you take diet plan, they think that we'll reduce weight. See, the weight loss is not equivalent to fat loss. So you have to have a personalized diet. What you are eating. You go to a dietitian, he will give the dietitian will give a list of this thing that will be available only on online. You cannot follow that. So you have your personal whatever day to day from morning to 6 to night, and you can chart out the diet what you are following. You all know that you can avoid junk food, you can avoid oily foods, you can avoid sugar if you want. I am free of sugar for the past 3 years. I don't like white sugar. So that you can do. As far as workout is concerned, as I told you, if you are going for a specific workout, take some banana. As I told you, ABCD juice, pre-workout. During the workout, particular hydration, water and electrolyte solutions, and post-workout, you load with proteins. So this is the basic plan I can give you for a diet or suggest for any workout. That is usual. You take plenty of fruits, all fruits before food, not after the food. But usually you take a diet or dinner and load with bananas and whatever available. So always take all fruits before your dinner or lunch. And again, you can add on salads. That is more important. Salads you can, before lunch or before dinner, you can add on more salads. This is the general outline of a diet. And diet is also a separate topic. You can talk for 1 hour and so on. And finally, to sum up, the exercise you should do, workout is mainly it's consistency, and never quit. And exercise excuses don't burn calories. So you cannot give excuses on any other day. Since the COVID era started, I have not skipped any of the day my workouts. Anything you can do. You can morning get up, you can do walking or running, whatever you think you can do. Then you'll become consistent. So fitness is contagious, just spread it. And take care of your body. It's the only place you have to live in. And there is no vaccines around the corner. You have only one vaccine at the hand, except other than the mask, you have the health and fitness. So that is the only vaccine you have. So enjoy the fitness and health and fitness, and be fit and stay fit. Thank you so much. I do all the marathons, not only for the making a history or finisher medals and for charity. I always aspire to inspire others regarding fitness and running. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Shiva sir, and thank you all.
Hi, Dr. Kansami. That was a wonderful talk. I think you must have, stimulated a lot of people
Yes.
for fitness.
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
always amazes you. You are always doing, marathons all the time. You can stop sharing the screen and
Yes, sir.
yeah, that's it. Done. That's done.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, amazing talk.
Thank
and
you.
Excellent slides as well.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it was like both. I've seen change in Dheeraj's slide as well. So I think we're moving on to our next Minati. Are you there? Is Minati on the thing? Because it's our lecture next. Minati?
I'm there.
Yeah. It's to you next. So Minati is going to talk about, it's all in the head. Looks like a psychiatric lecture to me.
I don't know how I was so beautiful talk by both Neeraj and me. They have done every job. My job also they have done.
Minati, you want to start sharing the screen?
Can you my screen?
No, we can't.
No.
Yeah, not yet.
No.
Yeah. Amarja is here to help you. She helped you last time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Amarja, I said cardiac anesthetist can actually explain to cardiac anesthetist.
Yes. Where is ma'am?
Yeah.
Ma'am? Minati ma'am?
I think there was some problem with the connection as well.
The voice was ringing, sort of.
No, it was
breaking and.
She's there, but she's switched off her video. Yeah, she's I think back now.
हेलो हाँ अमर जी कुछ डिस्कनेक्शन हो रहा है बार बार पर अभी तक तो ठीक चल रहा था आई वाज लिसनिंग टू एवरी टॉक
Yeah. You can actually you can see you now.
मेरा थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम चल रहा है कैन यू सी माय स्क्रीन
No, we can't. Oh, can you? Well,
Yes,
like
yes,
we can see anything, but we can't see her that share screen type. Not your presentation. We can see you. Yep. Coming up.
Now my screen you can see.
It says it started sharing screen, but nothing is coming yet. Yeah. So you need to go into your presentation now. Open the presentation. Yeah. So you have actually shared the your actual scheme, but not your PowerPoint.
Ma'am, now you can press the button share screen. You have done that? Then you have opened your PowerPoint? Yeah.
No, you actually have, see when you get number of options in that, the option you should actually go onto the PowerPoint, not to the, you've gone to your
screen.
Yes. Yeah.
Your PowerPoint is minimized?
She's not opened the PowerPoint yet. Minati.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Okay. Excellent.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go on, please.
Good day to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Steve and the entire team, and especially the Kandaswamy for making my life easier. So, is it all in the head? So, I'm agree that it is all in the head. I think all we also agree it is all in the head. After so much of excitement, so many things are going on in this World Anesthesia Day. So everybody's hormone level is quite high, maybe serotonin, adrenaline, noradrenaline in a different way. Now just remember for 1 minute, your first date must be feeling some butterfly in the stomach. So this butterfly in the stomach will change something inside the head as well at the same time, the limbic system. That is the most usual system to catch all the positive side of the emotion, that is love and happiness, etc. Now you just think you are laid off from your job, or you are dealing with the death of a loved one or a suffering, and your child at times are not returned from school. So you are tense. Either you are angry, you are distressed, you are unhappy, you are depressed, and you have a lot of things going inside the mind. What has happened to my child in the school? And you are dealing with a horrible boss or a horrible subordinate. At times you are angry, but you cannot say anything, but it is all, every emotion is going inside the head, but it is manifesting in the upper part of the body. Your chest tightness is there. And at times you are angry on your subordinate. So what is to happen? So entire thing, most of the changes happens in the body, emotional changes. Similarly, when you are happy or you are getting a new home, you at times you are having some money problem. So that again gives rise to some greediness. So everything, some changes are occurring in the brain as well as at the same time in the body system. So that means all the emotion, where they are the basic emotion or the complex emotion, they bring out some physiological change and some physical change as well at the same time. So for an example, see, if it is an anger, you are very much angry with someone. So what you are trying to do? So you just, there is again, you have tightness in the head and tightness in the chest. At times you feel to kick that man. So yeah, or else you have to tight your hands, you want to a person out. So all the changes are physical changes occur in this part of the body. So when you are angry, so there is the sensory input go to amygdala, then the hypothalamus, it gives rise to corticotropin hormone, then goes to the pituitary, give rise to corticotropic releasing hormone. All these things again, the passes on to the adrenal gland, and there is a release of stress hormone, cortisol, adrenaline, and noradrenaline. So all these things basically give rise to some stress related disorder, which all we know, like starting from acid peptic disease to stroke to sleep disorder to cancer. So how to map this emotion basically? So is this emotion is or the changes in the head is similar everywhere in the world, or it is just meant for the particular group of the people, particular part of the globe? So one of the researchers, they are from Sweden, they had done a very large number, they taken a very large number of patients and they asked to color a part of the body where they felt an increase or decrease in activity when certain type of emotion was given to them. So this is the physical impact, how the things happen, the changes happen inside the body. So the more intense the emotion, whether it is positive or negative, so they marked it in the yellow, and the black is neutral and blue is in between. So if you can see in the anger, there is a lot of changes in the head and chest region and in the extremities. In the fear, again, there is some changes and in the head and chest region. While again you are disgusted, you want to withdraw yourself. And in the happiness, again, the changes occur in the most of the part of the body. So many hormones are getting secreted. In the sadness, again, there is withdrawal. So most of the time it is neutral, but most of the things, they are in the extremity or in the legs or abdomen. So most of the time when the person is depressed, they feel the back pain, body pain, leg pain, pain in the hand, apart from the migraine and all. So now look out to some complex things, like you have seen happiness, it gives rise to changes in the upper part of the body basically. But when the another positive emotion love, it gives rise to changes in the upper part of the body. There is changes in the chest, and there is bit increase in heart rate, and there is also changes in the reproductive organ as well. So how these hormonal changes get changed according to different kind of emotion, which is actually happening in the, we are feeling this emotion is there, but it is all happening in the head, and it is changing all the hormonal level. The major hormones are serotonin, dopamine, and noradrenaline basically. And in the shame and humiliation and distress, you can see the serotonin level is usually go low, and the dopamine level is again low. However, the noradrenaline level is increased in this case. But in case of the fear, terror, anger, and rage, again, all this the serotonin level goes low. But however, the dopamine is high, the noradrenaline is high. So that is the reason why you feel very much tightness in the chest and tightness in the extremities. Actually, peripheral vascular resistance get increased. There is increase in heart rate, and there is increase in oxygen demand. So you try to breathe very fast and fast. And when you are content and you are surprised again, but serotonin, that is a good hormone, it become again increase. But at the same time, the dopamine level is low and the noradrenaline level is in the moderate side. So this is the reason why the schizophrenia is happening. If you can say the good hormone serotonin is not there in the schizophrenic patient, the patient is full with dopamine. So a lot of bodily changes, anxiety, depression, and lot of mental changes, irritability, and you go insane. So all these things happen in this kind of disorder. But when you are happy, there is a lot of serotonin get released. So how to explain mind-body integration? Basically, all the emotion that are not only changes the mental state, at the same time, you are aware of different part of the body as well. So that gives rise to changes in the body itself. So that means our desire or dream is not similar to our thought and emotion. Desire and dream are a separate subject, and they are in a different part. And they don't give rise to much changes in the body. However, our thoughts and emotion, they give rise to change in the mental health and change in all the hormonal level. And these subsequently give rise to different physical condition. And at the same time, when the different physical condition arise, you are anxious or you are in fear, as Dr. Dhira said, when you are having listening, you are having a malignancy. So you are at times have a lot of anxiety, you have fear, and you have impending doom of getting died. So all these things again give rise to vicious process. They give rise to changes in the brain at the same time. So how to deal with this body-mind integration and body intelligence? So that's how the body intelligence question has, this topic has developed. So a lot of researchers, they said the holistic approach, we also read in our preventive medicine course, health has a 4-segment approach, that is the holistic approach. So you are not only dealing with the physical part, you are also dealing with the spiritual part, and as a whole, the 4 things of the health. So body intelligence is nothing but the psychological method, which is important to recognize the body sensation. And this, to recognize the body sense by this way, one has to improve their health. So there are several body-mind integration techniques. By this technique, one increase their health and well-being. And as Dr. Khandaswamy said, and running and exercise, all these things, they also make body-mind integration. So main goal is to reduce the stress and to calm down the mental condition and to reduce down all the hormone level so that an equilibrium can be maintained. And this restore the prefrontal cortex activity, this restore the limbic system activity, the amygdala activity, and the normal activity of the hypothalamic pituitary system and the sympathetic nervous system. So there are several body-mind integration techniques. So one is mindfulness, meditation, relaxation, biofeedback, and there are some exercise as well in the form of yoga, Tai Chung, and Qigong, depending upon the which religion you belongs. Mindfulness, basically, this is mainly helpful for some mental and health disorder related condition like cancer, cardiorespiratory condition, like that. In this case, this is basically you have to put your mind in somewhere else. Suppose if you are having some disorder in the stomach, you are having certain pain in somewhere else. So persistently, if you are thinking you are having pain and you are getting down, that means you will develop other disorder. Again, you will end up in some other anxiety and some other hormonal change. But in this case, you have to focus your mind in somewhere else. You have to defend yourself. So this thing is not happening. This thing is not going to do any harm to me. So continuously, by thinking in this way, you will divert your mind, and your mind will exhausted in the primary region. So in that way, gradually you will forget the original condition at some time. So what is mindfulness reduction? This is basically one of the method, and it redirects your attention to some other environment than the primary environment or primary condition. And in this case, basically, suppose somebody is having a problem, so pain in somewhere. Suppose I'm having a pain in my hand. So I have to ask now, focus on the toes. Continuously focusing on the toes will gradually divert the mind from the negative thought and involve the sensory attention system gradually. So this will redirect the attention to the external environment and escape the unwinding of our neural and negative loop or pain or discomfort. So now the important thing is meditation and yoga. Meditation means, and you have to train the mind. Basically, it has started with the breathing technique, controlling your breathing by inhalation and exhalation through the nose. I come this thing to later, and there are some relaxation technique. In the relaxation technique, what is to happen? You have to do progressive relaxation of the muscle. Systematically, you will ask the person to tense one group of muscle, then release that muscle. Suppose if I ask the person just tense your hand. First, you work on a group of muscle. So tense your hand, and tense your hand. Then gradually relax your hand. In this case, in this thing, you have to practice in one group muscle at the time, and finally at the whole body. So gradual practice for 10 to 15 minutes. This gives rise to reducing physical stress and tension by increasing the focus in the other part of the body on which you are giving tension and relaxation. Next is biofeedback. Biofeedback, some EMG modules are getting attached with the patient, and they regulate they do the physiological monitoring, and they give some feedback. So in this case, the blood pressure, migraine, asthma, and pelvic pain, all these things are decreased. Coming to yoga and other practices, these are basically physical practices. They focus on the certain movements, on the physical body movement. So by putting your attention to the physical body movement, you remove from your mind what is the other thing is happening inside. And by doing this thing slow and steadily, and gradually it will relax you, and it will give rise to physical stress as well. So yoga means nothing. Basically, it is basically the union. According to Patanjali, it means union or communication. Basically, it is a union of the body, mind, and soul at the same time, so that the mind will divert from a primary disease to somewhere else. And the primary disease for which your mind was getting disturbed will distract from that primary disease, and your mind will engage in somewhere else. In that case, you are gradually withdraw yourself from the primary thing and gradually get relaxed. So basically, yoga is a way of life, and you have to have awareness about your body, your mind, your emotion, and most important is you have to aware of what you are basically, and you have to aware that how unaware we are about ourselves. So there are 4 different aspects of yoga for the self-control and spiritual control. So basically, the main nature of yoga, that psychophysiological changes in the body. So yoga is basically, there are several things. There are some started from breathing exercise, and there are some things are totally physical or physiological rather than psychological. That is Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga is completely physical. And Surya Namaskar, different asanas, pranayam, mudras, and Sat Kriya, they are the psychophysiological. They give us to both changes in the physiology of the body and changes in the mental situation as well. So how to start the various type of yogic practice? It starts from the yama and end in the samadhi. So yama niyam means you have to have certain principle in the life, like you have to be calm, you have to have most of the time you should have a vegetarian food, and you should be comfortable, you should be sincere and truthful. Basically these are the some basic nature of the human being, and which was there initially, which has changed gradually. You should have that basic good nature as a human being. So after that, there is a next step is asana. Asana means to sit. Asana means you have to sit in a comfortable position and a comfortable posture to do the yoga and pranayam. And most of the asanas are some asanas are also used as the exercises. And basically you have to sit in the sukhasana, that means legs folded, and you have to keep your spine erect, and so that it should be in the one straight line. Your spinous process end point, coccygeal point, and top of the head should be the one straight line to get the effective result of the yoga and meditation. And or else you can, if you can able to sit, you can sit in the sukhasana or padmasana. That means the left leg on the right hip and right leg in the left hip, and in the folded position you have to sit. But you just practice sitting. If you cannot sit in the lotus or half lotus position, you can sit in the comfortable sukhasana to practice the pranayam and yoga. And then next is pranayam. Pranayam is nothing but certain breathing exercise and to increase the vitality of the lungs and thereby increase the vitality of the heart. We'll come to that in the later. And then pratyahara, it is basically between the meditation and the pranayam, the physical exercise and the mental exercise. Meditation is again have three components, that is dhyan, dharana, and samadhi. Samadhi is the extreme form of the end point of the meditation. So these are different yogasana you can one can practice, but the most again common yoga one, if one can do, that is in fact is not easy, it is difficult also, that is Surya Namaskar. That if one can practice at least 25 times a day, that is good enough to keep you fit. So this is the Padmasana posture, and these are the different kind of asana, and but you have to take the asana, whatever asana you are comfortable. Hello?
Yep.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, who's that?
Hello, hi Minati.
Screen is out?
Yeah. How many more minutes?
Can you see the screen now?
Not yet, Minati. How far are you into the presentation?
Probably 10 more.
Hello?
10 more. 10 more. Can you hear?
Yeah. I think we
more.
are actually running quite late, actually, Minati.
10 more.
Yeah. I'm saying we are running quite late.
Should I wind up?
Yeah. Can we still wind up? Yeah, please. We don't have to go into details of all the pranayam and things like that. This was more like introducing to things. We're not teaching yoga to people now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And these are conscious control of breathing. So these are the different kind of pranayam and mudras. And this gives rise to increase in vitality, control the blood pressure, heart rate, and there are different kind of one, like you have to lock your energy. This also your decrease your blood pressure and heart rate. Then there is meditation. There are different kind of meditation. However, the Buddhist meditation, Raj meditation, and progressive relaxation technique and breath awareness meditation are the common, and there are a lot of trial, and the benefits we all know. In heart, there is blood flow, increase exercise tolerance, and there are a lot of evidence in the physiology and medicine. There are some 445 articles, and some are from our center also. So what is more important, one should understand that yoga and meditation are not related to the, not religion, they are not metaphysical doctrine or a philosophy. It is a yoking of all the power of the body, that is body, mind and soul. And you have to, basically you have to take the guidance of a guru to practice yoga and meditation. And this is an art form which helps to attaining good health and is for living a holistic life. And these exercises can done at any age, even by the most unfit people in the gradual manner. And the correct practice for a long time without any interruption would give rise to a quality of positive eagerness to give rise to best result. So thank you all.
Thank you.
I think with this nice wind up about it's all in the head. It's like telling Munabai saying the chemical locha hai. Yeah, it is true, but that's true. I think it's all to do, everything is to do with chemicals and how you're able to, I think, regulate them or control them.
Yeah, no, I mean, the last slide was very useful. Actually, what people don't realize is that there is quite a lot of scientific basis in it. Your cortisol levels by doing pranayams, and I'm trying to do a project of trying to improve the pulmonary functions of long-term COVID patients by just trying to get them to 3-stage pranayams.
Yeah.
You can actually physically see the increase in the lung capacity by just doing the pranayams.
Yeah.
And I think, I think the problem is like, there are two things with Indians, which I thought was always the biggest problem. One, with Ayurvedas, they always used to distribute knowledge in the year of their favorite disciple. And if the disciple died, the knowledge died. Okay. Yeah. We were never good in recording anything. That was one thing. And the second thing is that we don't use our own practices. I mean, I think I am guilty of that, but after years, I've started doing this and it really helps. So I think I would really advise people, especially in a very stressful job, find 10 to 15 minutes to do this, and it makes a lot of difference to your life.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I think good quality research will help. Like Minati said, there is actually research from their center as well. In that, I think that is important. People need to actually, I think, do that. I think we've moved to the last part of the program today. Back to the Dhamal. back to our usual thing. So we will start with a song by Neeraj. This will be followed by the release of book by Amarja. And then Pallavi will likely talk about something about her research group, and we'll carry on like that. And I think there is something on Rajshri wanted to also present. She had sent me a slideshow for hobbies, which we will likely go a little bit into that. Okay, so over to you, Suchitra.
Yeah, over to the second part of the Dhamal now. Neeraj, can you start with your song? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Good evening to all. Am I audible?
Yes.
You're audible, yeah.
Yes. So happy World Anesthesia Day to all of you. Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. So I will be singing a song, बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, from the movie 20 साल बाद.
Good.
Yes. So I will be starting the song. बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए. बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए. देखिए वो कार काली काली बदलियां, जुल्फ की घटा चुरा न ले कहीं, चोरी चोरी आके शोक बिजलियां, आपकी अदा चुरा न ले कहीं, यूं कदम अकेले ना आगे बढ़ाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए, बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए। देखिए गुलाब की वो डालियां, बढ़ते चूम लेना आपके कदम, देखिए गुलाब की वो डालियां, बढ़ते चूम लेना आपके कदम, खोए खोए भौर भी है बाग में, कोई आपको बना न ले सनम, बहकी नजरों से खुद को बचाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए, बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए। जिंदगी के रास्ते अजीब है, इनमें इस तरह चला न कीजिए, खैर है इसी में आपकी हुजूर, अपना कोई साथी ढूंढ लीजिए, सुन की दिल की बात यूं न मुस्कुराइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए, बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए, बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए, आपको हमारी कसम लौट आइए। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Yeah, thank you,
That was
Neeraj.
amazing, Neeraj.
Yeah, it was excellent. And
Thank you,
actually,
thank you.
Actually, we know you have to go, but we should say that to you. बेकरार करके हमें यूं न जाइए.
Right. True. Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir, for giving me opportunity, sir. Sir. Thank you.
If we had known you had to go, we could have done your thing on the first part. But you.
No, sir. Actually, sir, I thought of it well, sir. Yes, thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice song, Dr. Neeraj. Nicely sung.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Venkatesh wanted to play his mridangam for that.
Okay, that would have been very nice.
Next time we will coordinate more with the mridangam.
Next time. Yes.
Yeah, that can be done. Yeah, thanks.
Definitely, sir. Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Neeraj. I think
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Suchitra, Amarja.
Yeah, now I think Amarja will be telling us about her book, and she wants to show one film also, short film. Amarja?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shiv sir, Suchitra ma'am, for having me here today. And a very good evening to all of you. And now, first of all, happy World Anaesthesia Day to all of you. And today I am not here for some academic thing. I am here to announce my non-academic book. So you will say, when did I get chance to write a non-academic book? This lockdown was something we had never thought of. Then I thought, if I've got this extra time, I should be doing something which I always said I don't have time for. And therefore, I am here today to announce my book. The name of the book is You Are a Star. I am so much influenced by this phrase, I tell you. I always wished that someone should say me, you are a star. And I'm so lucky, I'm so honored. When Shiv sir used to say me, you are a star, that whole day and night, I used to be thrilled and so happy. Once he said me, you are a superstar. Just imagine what I must have done. I have that quote also on my phone.
when Shiv sir had written, "You are a superstar." So when I thought, if I am so thrilled by this, maybe other people or other students may also be thrilled by all these things. Therefore, I thought I should write all those things which I have done to make everyone say you are a star. I worked for it. Seriously, I tell you, I worked for people to say you are a star. And what were those strategies? Did it happen overnight? No, it never happened overnight. Months and days and years have gone into this to strengthen the self-belief, to value ourselves. And that is what goes into this book. This is all about strengthening your beliefs as well, self-valuing yourself and honoring yourself. This book has beautiful illustrations, real life illustrations, then the quotes and one-liners, which are really original and mine. And it has all the success strategies that will make you a super achiever. I just want to say to each and every one of you, you are a star. This book, you have to read it for me and for yourself as well. I have just a 1-minute video clip, which I'll be displaying later on the group also. But for you, let me share screen it now. Is it visible? So that was it. And just a takeaway from me, the longevity of hard work is what works. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Oh, that was wonderful, Amarya.
Thank
I
you
never knew, I think, so telling us something you're a star. I think there are so many stars actually
Exactly.
we have. And today we've seen that. I think what it makes us realize that there's so much of talent
I
among
would
people.
like to take this opportunity. Your well done also means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah,
Whenever I do something, I expect a well done or you are a star. And when that comes, then it's done. It's done.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's the thing, Maria. I think it's small things in life,
yes,
which we cherish and which I think are important for people to actually progress. I think just spreading a little bit of positivity, I think, goes a long way.
And encouragement does a lot, you know. Encouraging someone does a lot of difference to that person.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, Amarja, my 3-year-old granddaughter, she always tells me, see, no, she calls me, no, give me a star here. And compulsively takes a star from me.
Yes,
all the best with your book, Amarja. I mean, I'm
Thank
sure
you, sir.
it'll be quite motivational. I'm really sure.
Yes,
Like,
sir.
All the best. Best wishes
all
for
the
you.
best, Amarja. All the best.
Thank you, Steve, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Amarja, please publish it in Kindle or Amazon this thing.
Yes, sir. It
You
will
all
be
buy
there
it.
in both. Yes, sir. It will be there in both.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think I think these are two other people which we actually added on. Pallavi wanted to solve. So it's similar to what Amarja is. There are two actually, I think, amazing people who have worked really hard. And Pallavi has worked so hard for the journal, and she supports so many people in publication. I think we should actually hear a little bit about our journey with her. Yeah. Pallavi, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay,
Sir, I'm
Pallavi.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm going to work now. I'm right now in the taxi. So there might be a lot of loss of connection, but just bear with me.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead. Don't worry. Are you going to share something on the screen or are you just going to talk? I can't hear you, Pallavi. Pallavi, do you want to reach the hospital and then actually do this talk?
Well, that should be better. Yeah.
Okay, let's
okay
do.
now?
Yeah. Tell us. Huh?
Am I audible now?
You are. Yeah.
So regarding the journal is as you all may be knowing that the pandemic has really been a heaven for the authors to publish their work, maybe authentic, non-authentic, genuine, non-genuine. I mean, people have been just publishing right, left, and center.
Pallavi, I think you are. Breaking the connectivity is not there. Pallavi. I think we'll hear. I think Pallavi later on. I think. So the next one, I think, person who actually has been, very dynamic and who's a little bit. I think she's a bit shy. Is Rashri? Rashri, are you there? Rashri?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am here.
Are you there? Okay. So are you, Rashri, are you going to talk about her passion for cooking? Okay. She's sent me
Hi,
a
sir.
video.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah. I'm going to actually share that video with you guys in a minute. Why is it not?
Yes, sir.
I might actually have to reduce the.
So volume we can reduce.
Okay, I'm going to reduce the volume. Yeah. You can talk now, Rashri. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Hi, everyone. Myself, Dr. Rajshri from Faridabad. Happy World Anesthesia Day, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Siv, sir, and this awesome group. I'm loving it. Actually, can you? I want to say that any party is incomplete without food. Don't you think? So here are my few recipes which I'm going to share with you, and please enjoy. Apart from being an anesthetist, I love cooking. I used to prepare all those food for my loved ones and my family, but got recognition after joining this group. My passion got rejuvenated, and again I started cooking and sharing pics with all this on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and even Twitter also. So frankly speaking, I don't have extra time for cooking special dishes every day. This is just routine meals that we all cook at our home. But anything presented nicely and cooked with love is attractive. Seeing everyone's hobbies post in this awesome group of Global Anesthesia Non-Acad, I also got motivated and created a food-specific group, Rashtriya Annapurna Kitchen, and that was specifically for homemade food. And we should cherish our whatever we cook should be our homemade, and preferably it should be present it nicely so that everyone enjoys. At this point of time, my husband suggested, why don't you share the recipes on YouTube channel? And I started my YouTube channel also, Rajshri Annapurna Kitchen. And our principle was cook, share, eat and enjoy healthy. That is our principal motto. So whenever I feel low, I go to my kitchen, I see my food items. फिर तो stress की ऐसी की तैसी. I am ready for a new recipe. Dear friends, do indulge in your hobby or passion. Even if you don't have any hobby, just check out what makes you happy and try to explore it apart from your family and workplace. And these are the things which make you make your confidence up and build up and give you energy when you are feeling low. I will request each and every one of you be happy, and if you are happy, then only you can make others happy. So take care of yourself and start loving yourself and your passion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajeshri. It was excellent. Feeling hungry.
Suchitra ma'am.
Looking at-
Suchitra
Thank
ma'am.
you, ma'am.
May I
Thank
say a few words? May I say a few words, ma'am?
who is that?
This is Dr. Venkatesh.
Yeah.
Ma'am, my video is not there. I'm only my audio.
Yeah.
I just found that I can cook during this lockdown period. You might have followed my dishes on the non-academic group. Actually, I started cooking only very recently. I knew that I can cook.
Oh.
So
You are
this
a
is one of
super
the
chef.
other new found.
Sir, you are
Newfound
biryani specialist.
Thank you.
We have many excellent male cooks over here. Shiv himself is an excellent cook.
Shiv, yeah, Dr. Shiv, Dr. Shiv refrained from posting.
I don't share much, but yeah, I do
Yeah,
love.
but he is an excellent, amazing
I
cook.
love
Amazing,
eating as
amazing
well.
cook. Yeah,
Yeah,
Dr.
I
Shiv is
really
amazing.
envy Amita.
I do most of the cooking actually.
No, that's
Dr.
Amita
Shiv
does,
makes
Amita does
very
it.
good food. Yeah.
Yeah. No, and actually, your channel is very nice. I learned a lot many new dishes after going through your channel.
Oh,
and
love you, ma'am.
I've also harped upon this new method of pressure baking. Pressure
Yes.
baking in
Yeah.
one pot,
I
one
read
shot
about it.
cooking that I have learned recently. That,
Yeah.
Next
shorts the
time,
cooking time.
instead of virtual, we will have some real food.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah, actually, whenever I cook and share on the group, I feel like काश मैं सबके साथ share कर सकती.
मैं तो तुम्हारा पूरा खाना खत्म कर देता हूँ। किसी को कुछ नहीं मिलता।
I'm going to shift in the
Most
बाकी लोगों को कुछ नहीं मिलता
welcome,
फिर।
sir. नहीं कुछ सर किसी को कम नहीं पड़ेगा सर. My name is
I know.
Annapurna.
I know.
Even Praveen is
Thank you, sir.
Praveen is going to present a poem. We will come to her afterwards. Praveen is also an excellent cook. She
Yes.
shares on the
Yeah.
group.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
Rajeshri, have you finished with your?
Yeah, this is done now. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move to now Dr. Maludin. He wants to recite a poem.
Dr. Vilas.
Hello.
Dr. Vilas, are you ready?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, I am ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I visible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Should I start, sir?
Yeah, please go on.
Yeah.
And rest of us can mute our
Good
mics.
evening, everybody. My doctor. Good evening, everybody. मैं डॉक्टर विलास माळवदे मिरज महाराष्ट्र वर्ल्ड अनेस्थीसिया डे की सबको हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। मैं आप सभी का इस रंगारंग कार्यक्रम में तहे दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। इस कार्यक्रम में मैं एक कविता सुनाने जा रहा हूं। कविता का शीर्षक है गोला पेट में मेरे समाये ना। इस शीर्षक का मतलब ऐसा है, जब कोई डरावनी बात हमारे सामने आ जाती है तो पेट में कुछ तो गड़बड़ जैसी होती है। इन मेडिकल टर्म स्प्लैंक्निक वासोकंस्ट्रिक्शन, जिसे हम अपनी भाषा में पेट में गोला आ जाना ऐसे कहते हैं। ये गोला इतना बड़ा होता है कि वो पेट में समाया नहीं जा सकता। doesn't get accommodated in abdomen. Anesthesia practice में मैं कई बार ऐसी स्थितियां पैदा हो जाती है कि एनेस्थेटिस्ट के पेट में गोला आ जाता है। इस परिस्थिति का वर्णन मेरे इस कविता में मैंने किया है, कृपया ध्यान देकर सुनिए। कविता का शीर्षक है गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। भूल देने के लिए जाने का गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। ले ली जनरल सर्जन की भेंट, उसकी पेशेंट थी ओवरवेट। हेलो हेलो हेलो।
Yes, Vilas, you can go. Yeah, we can hear you.
ले ली जनरल सर्जन की भेंट, उसकी पेशेंट थी ओवरवेट। अपेंडिक्स कुछ करके भी मिले ना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। गया गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट की ओर, उसकी पेशेंट हो गई फास्ट डिलीवर। बच्चा कुछ करके भी रोए ना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। हो गया अर्थो सर्जन के लिए लेट, उसका प्लास्टर हो गया वेट। टूटी हड्डी में स्क्रू बैठे ना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। दी कैंसर सर्जन को शाम की अपॉइंटमेंट, ब्लीडिंग की वजह से उसकी हो गई टाइट। रेडिकल सर्जरी उसकी खत्म हो सके ना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। प्लास्टिक सर्जन का कुछ और ही बाज, उसके रिपेयर का न आए अंदाज। टाका डालना और टाका निकालना, खत्म हो सके ना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। ईएनटी सर्जन की कथा है अजब, जे केस रोककर एलए केस करने का गजब। स्टैंड बाय एनेस्थेसिया का फायदा छोड़े ना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। भेज दिया पेशेंट लेने फिजिशियन फिटनेस, टेस्ट पर टेस्ट करके पेशेंट का बढ़ गया स्ट्रेस। बीपी और शुगर बढ़ने से अनफिट हो गया केस। इतना करने के बाद भी फिटनेस मिले ना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना, गोला पेट में मेरे समायना। लेकिन फिर भी अनुभव ऐसे है अगर खास, एनेस्थेटिस्ट बनने का है अलग एहसास। शाखा मेडिकल की है ये फर्स्ट क्लास। अगले जन्म मुझे एनेस्थेटिस्ट ही बनाना, भूल देने के लिए जाने का, आनंद पेट में समायना। थैंक्स एवरीबॉडी।
आपने तो सबको घुमा दिया, सारे सर्जन्स को घुमा दिया।
हेलो। थैंक यू एवरीवन।
It's very nice, very nice.
It was very funny and it was very nice. Now we have Shiv, we have a poem recital by Praveen also, and Kala's dance. So I think Kala can Praveen recite a poem?
Pallavi is actually has reached.
Achha, if she has,
yeah. We can get Pallavi now.
Yeah.
If he's there. Pallavi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We can listen to you and then we will continue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening again. Thank you once again for giving me the opportunity and fitting me in your schedule, sir. Thank you so much. And well, I'm going to speak briefly about the journal and the pandemic, how it has impacted me. We received quite a large number of publications for the journals. And it was a really humongous task trying to sift through, the genuine work and the so-called, sometimes most of the things, quite a few things didn't make sense. So publishing something authentic is a part of our, it's a ethos of our journal. And I must thank the editorial board members and Shiv sir especially, who has always lended his support. We have been, I'm really thankful to him from the bottom of my heart for always supporting us and giving us the encouragement that we can be there. Of course, time management was a big issue because we had a lot of shifts which is extending beyond 12 hours. So, and it has put a lot of pressure on me during that time. Of course, on the home front, I had other issues as well. But yes, finally we have managed. We are of course delayed over the last 6 months. We've been delayed massively because quite a few of our reviewers have fallen off sick. They have their COVID duties and they have not been able to give their fullest. But I'm really thanking each one of you. I'm taking this platform to thank each one of the reviewers, the authors, everyone for extending this huge support to the journal. And I wish I can do justice to all of them. Thank you so much.
Pallavi, is there any message you want to give to rest of the things about they wanting to publish their work, or how they can get support, or anything in particular you would like to give a message to our members of the
We have published quite a few articles, not only from the academic institutions, but also from a lot of freelancers. I must mention Kala. She deserves a special mention because she really takes extra efforts. She makes sure that her work is up to the mark, and hats off to her. I might be missing many of them, many of the freelancers who do take efforts, but as I must say that the publications do need patience. We cannot really, give immediate replies. I get a lot of questions on WhatsApp, messengers, asking if when can the work be published. It doesn't happen in the normal scenarios in the bigger journals. I mean, we are still growing journal, but I would tell each one of them to have patience and keep doing the good work. Try to keep publishing. I'm sure, Shiv sir, you always lend a helping hand to all of them, and the work which comes through you really, I mean, hardly needs any work, extra work to be done. We also have a special section for our in the memory of late Piyush Malik sir, whom I would like to give a special mention. It is the Piyush Malik Memorial Innovation article, and we have published around 6 articles since we have he is no more with us. And today's day, it is exactly 5 years I have entered this country, and my heart really fills and with great pride to be here. And a special thanks to all of you for doing a great job. Also, I must mention that we are a paid journal because we need funds to support the online platform. Having said that, we do give special discounts for PG students. We many a times we have waived off their fees, or just charged maybe 25 to 50% of the fees. And it's an absolutely non-profit endeavor, just to support the academic philanthropy.
Yeah, I think that's what people don't realize, that the amount of work which actually goes on in this is actually huge. You need a huge investment of time, which is actually, you can't measure it with money. That's one thing people need
definitely
to
yeah.
The other thing which this is kind of a journal which supports freelancers, which actually not very many entertain. Articles from freelancers are not entertained. So Pallavi actually has given a platform to actually do that, because a lot of freelancers are actually doing excellent job, and it need to be brought to the public. The third thing which I think is important is that I think wanting immediate response is not the right thing. Big journals sometimes don't answer you for months and months. It takes a long time, and that way I think from the time the articles are sent to Pallavi and the time they get published, this is actually, I think it need to be appreciated.
Having said that, Shiv sir, we have had multiple retractions in the last, I would say from January onwards. People have been really very impatient to get their work published. Of course, they might be having their pressing, whatever issues to publish. Maybe they're waiting for the next promotion or something like that. But I must say that if it is an authentic journal, if they are non-predator journals, they will definitely take time, because we follow a very stringent, double-blinded, peer-reviewed strategy. So we really don't bypass any of those.
Absolutely. And I think it is unethical for people to retract journal at the last minute or after you have done all the hard work. Second thing, they should not be actually be sending their journals to multiple journals. Sorry, their manuscript to multiple journals. That is actually very unethical. People do it. So once they get actually go ahead from other, they are withdrawing from you because you're not actually doing. But they should know that that is a very unethical practice.
Yeah, and Pallavi, one more, the name of the journal, if you haven't, because many might not be knowing.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I just assumed everybody knows it. It's the
but
Journal
the newcomers may not be knowing.
Definitely, ma'am. It's the Journal of Anesthesia and Critical Care Case Reports. We are right now limited to only publishing case reports, short case series, technical reports, and of course the new issue, the new heading under which we are promoting the innovations in the memory of late Piyush Malik sir. So currently we are covering these. We might expand in future, and we are very soon going for the PubMed indexed application. So just wish us luck and give us your blessings.
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Pallavi. That was.
Thank you, Shiv sir. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
You can carry on with the rest of the.
I take your leave, sir, because I need to change for the duty. Bye. Sure. Bye.
Bye. Shiv, shall we go to the next program?
Yes, please. Yeah.
So now we'll have Parveen here. She will be reciting a poem.
Yes,
are you ready?
Good evening, all. I am Dr. Praveen, Senior Consultant of Anesthesia, working in Alwar, Rajasthan. आज मैं आप लोगों के सामने विश्व एनेस्थीसिया दिवस पर एक कविता प्रस्तुत कर रही हूँ, जिसका शीर्षक है निश्चेतना। संवेदना हरना क्या कोई आसान बात है? इसके पीछे एक निश्चेतना विशेषज्ञ का हाथ है। मरीज जब डरते डरते ओटी के अंदर आता है, मुझे कोई दर्द तो नहीं होगा, यही उसके मन में ख्याल आता है। फिर हमारी प्यार भरी बातों से उसका डर भाग जाता है और वो बड़े आराम से ओटी टेबल पर लेट जाता है। उसकी शिराओं को ढूंढ कैनुला हम लगाते हैं, फिर निश्चेतक दवाएं लगा बेहोशी में ले जाते हैं। बेहोशी के उन पलों में उसके रक्षक बन जाते हैं, उसकी सांसों को अपने काबू में कर ऑपरेशन को सफल बनाते हैं। पल्स बीपी को संयमित कर ऑपरेशन को सुरक्षित बनाते हैं। गंभीर ऑपरेशन में मृत्यु आने पर यमराज से भी लड़ जाते हैं। ऑपरेशन पूर्ण होने पर वो जैसे ही होश में आता है, मुझे कुछ भी पता नहीं चला, बस यही बात दोहराता है। हम ही पेरी ऑपरेटिव फिजिशियन और हम ही गहन चिकित्सा इकाई विशेषज्ञ कहलाते हैं। मरीज की अकस्मात मृत्यु आने पर सीपीआर कर हम ही उसे बचाते हैं। जटिल से जटिल ऑपरेशन को भी हम अपने परिश्रम से सफल बनाते हैं। हम निश्चेतना विशेषज्ञ ही ओटी के रक्षक कहलाते हैं। थैंक यू।
Oh, that was very nice. Very nice. It just before I actually forget, I think what we can do is actually have collection of these poems and actually get them published. As a लोगों का जो है, maybe over a period of time we can actually collect them. We have artists, we can ask them to actually have some illustrations. It will be very nice to actually have that, and kind of a book of poetry and other things. You can actually compile it together and get it published.
Yeah, we can some blogs also. If some write.
Exactly.
Yeah, we can.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Praveen. It was excellent. Now. So what we say, the summit of the program, where dil tham ke baithe hai us program ke liye. It is Kala's dance. She will be doing a folk dance. It's Garba. So over to Kala. Kala, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I just can you listen to the music? Just see.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, can you all hear? Is it heard?
Increase the volume.
Yeah. Can you
Kala,
play it
increase
again?
the volume a bit.
इसका volume बढ़ा कर.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Is
Bang
it
on. Bang on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God, Kala, you are a powerhouse of energy. It was excellent. It was awesome.
I'm missing all that. Navratri starts tomorrow. You know, one of the things I miss the most in this country is the dandiya.
Yeah,
9 days of dandiya. My God, you know, in Bombay it used to be full on.
Yeah,
I
in
still miss
Mumbai,
that every time. It's just like, I don't know.
We have it
Yeah,
here,
this
Dheeraj.
year actually it will be a bit less because of the limitations for gathering. But still, in Mumbai, it's awesome. This Gujarat to hai, lekin Mumbai mein.
Actually,
Yeah,
even
it was
in
very nice,
London, they have
very
the
nice.
dandiya, but the atmosphere in Bombay, na, to go from one place to other. So you used to dandiya hop. So go start in one place and go another place and go another place. That was like, it's amazing.
It's very good, very low in Mumbai also. There's no dandiya happening anywhere. It's only the violence that running around these days.
Yeah. So now I think Chetna would be reciting
that are running in the houses these days.
You have finished, Kala?
You done, Kala?
Yeah. Kala, you want to? It's finished now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much. We will.
I hope you all enjoyed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll show off my dress.
Yeah, it's awesome. Now the next program, I think we'll
Dr. Kala, it was very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll move over to Chetna now. Chetna?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'll do the screen sharing. I'll be doing a presentation. Can you see the full screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to thank Dr. Shiv sir and Suchitra ma'am for arranging this entire program. It's a wonderful platform to showcase our talent and to give us a change from this COVID-19 pandemic stress.
Credit goes to Shiv, not to me.
You're arranging it, ma'am, for us. You're coordinating everything. So you have a very big part in this. Okay, so happy World Anesthesia Day today, and I'm doing my PowerPoint presentation as suggested by Shiv sir. I would like to begin with Ganeshi. He's the god of all auspicious beginnings. So this is a Zentangle art by me. This was done during this COVID times. This is NAC 2016 pic which was held in Vadodara in Gujarat, and I don't have those paintings outside right now, so I have taken this pic. You can see the yellow roses below on the right lower corner. That was done in 9th standard by me. It is an oil painting, and above you can see the castle. This is the castle of Germany. This was also painted by me in 11th standard. And the ship behind was painted in 12th standard. All these three are the oil paintings. So amidst the complexities, let the life be simple. Let's love nature. Sometimes we need to be simple and sometimes we need to be complicated. This was something which I had done for Empress Universe 2018, a beauty pageant which I had participated in. The finale was in Goa. So we had to do a presentation on Down syndrome. This was one of the things presented there. If our roots are strong, we can spread colors in life. So we should have a very strong foundation if we really want to be vibrant in our lives. This was the presentation which I had done in Mrs. Universe 2019, held in Guangzhou, China last year. We had to do a presentation on domestic violence. So these are my digital art paintings. An uninterrupted abuse may lead something to like this. Yeah, he punched and kicked me, but I think I said something to make him mad, something that must have upset him terrible, or he only hits me when I argue. So then females have some self-blame, and they say that the man had no right to express his anger violently to traumatize a woman. He cannot remain a bigot and flaunt his male chauvinism, battering the spirit of womanhood. A victim is a victim. Abuse sees no age. It can be a young, small child, or it can be an old female. It's there across the ages. There are very many numbing facts which lead to character assassination of a woman. One in 3 women is a victim of domestic violence, and another one of the 3 is a suspected case of domestic violence. There is a dilemma of a woman. It's like walking on an eggshell. The woman wants violence to end, but not the relationship. So this is the story of Jaya, who was abused by a drunken husband. But when she took a police intervention and the police jailed her husband, she melted, her emotions melted for her husband, and she started taking food for her husband. So this is the story of a woman who has varying emotions. We are entangled in all these. And because of all these entanglements, we are not ready to step out of the marital life. The reasons are patriarchy, which is based in the social structure which we live. And there are many religious beliefs, cultural beliefs, and many nature and marital family pressures which hold us on. But still, there is a ray of hope. We should stop self-blaming. We should change mindset that we are not alone. We should maintain self-respect. We should take help from NGOs, and we can even take legal protection. This is a spine-chilling analogy which I made for the presentation, that by the time the 3 finalists would have made their presentations, there would be 1 case of domestic abuse, and by the time the entire panel discussion would have been over, there would be 3 deaths due to domestic violence. So this is the level of abuse. It is so fast. And this is this presentation ends with this lingering, thought-provoking rhetoric poem. How can I deal with this pain? How can I put an end to the game? How can I stop praying for my end? How long do I have to wait for my heart to mend? What do you do when someone wishes you were never born? What do you do when you feel so torn? What do you do when you're falling apart? How do you save a dying heart? This is an anonymous poem taken for this presentation. This is another of my paintings. This pic was by Dr. Murli Thondibavi sir. And I have the lower one is my painting. It's difficult to paint God's beautiful creation, but I think we can always try. So this was an effort to paint a beautiful butterfly. This was my painting on COVID-19, scavenging in OT. Again, this is a digital art. You can see our anesthesia machine on the right side, and the scavenging system, and the corona particles, the green corona particles going out in the blue sky. So here's my poem, which I had written on COVID-19 and for which I was even given the ISS star. आसमान को छूने के ख्वाब देखते थे हम, बचपन से ही पक्के इरादे करते थे हम, बड़े होकर क्या बनेंगे पूछा करते थे सब, शान से यूं ही कह देते थे डॉक्टर बनेंगे हम, चाहे कितनी ही पढ़ाई करनी पड़े, चाहे कितना ही जागना पड़े, चाहे जवानी यूं ही निकल जाए, दुख दर्द दूर करेंगे सबका हम, कई जानलेवा बीमारियां आई और गई, सबका निदान ढूंढने में जुट गए हम सब, न दिन देखते थे न रात, यूं ही बस सबका इलाज करते जाते थे हम। क्या पता था बचपन में हमको कि ऐसी भी एक बीमारी आएगी एक दिन जो पूरी दुनिया को हिलाकर रख देगी और इंसान की महानता को पल में चकनाचूर कर देगी। पूरे विश्व में हाहाकार मच गया है, कोरोना के कारण का ऐसा सैलाब फैल गया है, जो मनुष्य रोज बेफिक्र बाहर निकला करते थे आज कैद हो गए हैं अपने ही घरों की चार दीवारी में। हारेंगे नहीं ये जंग मगर हम, अभी तो और लड़ाई बाकी है, सर से पांव तक कवच पहनकर हर पीड़ित को बचाने का प्रयास करेंगे हम। छोड़ दी है मोह माया सब संसार की, छोड़ दी है लगन अपने सब रिश्तों की, बस जुट गए हैं हौसले बुलंद करके हम, इंसानियत पर जान की बांसी लगाने के लिए हम। इस कोरोना के कारण का कहर धीरे धीरे थमेगा, हम सब मिलकर इससे धीरे धीरे जीतेंगे, जिंदगी पहली जैसी न होगी वापस कभी, फिर भी जिंदा रहकर नहीं राह पर चलेंगे हम सब। This is one more poem by me. Again, the picture is by Dr. Murli Thondibavi sir. It's a red flower poem. लाल फूल की पंखुड़ियों पर सूरज की किरणें जब पड़ती हैं, जमी हुई ओस की बूंदें पिघल कर गिरने लगती हैं, जमी उसे पुकार रही है मगर लाली से जुदा नहीं होना चाहती। प्रभात के इस रोमांचक समा में चुपके से एक दूसरे से बातें करते हैं दोनों, साथ रहना भी था दोनों को मगर जुदा होना उनका नसीब था। एक आखिरी बार दोनों ने मुस्कुरा लिया सूरज को देखकर, फूल को अपनी लाली बिखेरकर सबको अपने रंग में रंग देना है, ओस को मिट्टी में मिलकर सब जगह हरियाली फैलानी है। यही सोचकर दोनों जुदा हुए, कुर्बान हुए कुछ इस तरह वो कि सब दिशाओं में अपने रंग बिखेर गए। अपने अरमानों को जिंदा रखो तुम, ये सुबह कुछ नया लेके आई है, गौर से देखो हर दिशा में तुम, ये सुबह एक नई आशा लेके आई है, ये सुबह एक नई आशा लेके आई है। And this was my painting for the awareness on mask. Amidst all the colors of life, there is the fear of coronavirus. Tears roll down as we wait for the world to heal. Wear a mask, stay home, stay safe. Thank you so much.
Very nice, Chetna ma'am.
You are super talented, Chetna. And like Amarja was saying, you are a superstar.
Thank you, sir.
I'm short of words to praise you.
Absolutely. I mean, you've been Mrs. World.
She's super talented.
The paintings and art and poetry.
And active in the Resuscitation Council also, Indian Resuscitation Council. So
amazing.
Yeah.
And even those arts were actually, I was just amazed by that. Probably if they would actually sell for millions.
I would like.
I was stunned. I mean, I'm telling you, it was something so beautiful as well as so powerful. I mean, it's just, that combination is so difficult to sell actually. When you actually, I mean, as Shiv said, I mean, I would pay to buy any of your paintings. I mean, it's so amazing. I'm really very, yeah, and your two poems too. I mean, I'm from Bombay. My Hindi is completely different, but even I understood, and it was so powerful. So thank you really for sharing all that.
These poems are the result of COVID-19. I've just started.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah, that's very nice. That's excellent.
Actually, first I told I'm not very good in Hindi, right? Like Adhiraj said, मेरा तो पुणे का यानी half Marathi mixed Hindi है. First, actually, I wanted to share one poem in Hindi only, but then I dropped the idea. That's my first poem in Hindi. I don't know.
I mean,
next time probably. Yeah, next time.
Language is a powerful tool. It's just that it's not understood. I was trying to spread awareness about washing your hands, and like I was using the about Munna Bhai and circuit, and instead of circuit we said चिरकुट आके अपने को पूछा हाथ क्यों धो रहा है भाई, तो अपने बोला देख तू घर पे क्या करता है, घर पे तू अभी जो मटन बनाएगा तो कैसा धोता है, तू साबुन से धोता है ना, अभी ये जो वायरस है इसका बाहर एक एनवलप है, ये बना है चर्बी से, तू जब चर्बी पे साबुन लगाता है और बार घसता है तो चर्बी निकल जाता है, तो ये कोरोना वायरस इसमें बहुत चर्बी है, तो अपन को साबुन लगाने का, हाथ धोने का और इसको धो डालने का.
Yeah. We could have given this dialogue for identification in the quiz.
Yeah, I think it's important to actually know the local culture, to know the local language. Otherwise, I mean, what's the point in actually going to jhopatpattis and having posters in English?
Yeah.
Or trying to do that. You need to actually be able to understand the local culture, local language, the way people deal with it. It's something very, very important part of communication.
Yeah.
So I just want to mention one more thing.
Yeah.
I have been one of the lyricists in the two anesthesia, ISA anesthesia songs, which were shown today in ISA national program on World Anesthesia Day.
We haven't seen them. We'll
Yeah.
love to see them as well.
Yeah,
Excellent.
both English and Hindi songs. They were shown in the main event of ISL National.
Oh, very good. Very nice. Very nice. We will see them. We will follow them. Yeah.
She's super talented.
This whole group is super talented. I am so surprised. It's like, I am a really lazy guy, apart from Amarja, my philosophy is that, it's like Bill Gates ka dialogue, if you want to find, if there is a difficult job, give it to the laziest person because he find the easiest way to do it. Hindi ka philosophy hua hai. Find everything is easy, get it done, don't spend too much time on doing something else. But at the same time, I am actually so delighted. I mean, I think so many different, I think it has to be, I'm so, in these previous years, I never got to come to a conference because always it used to be, Arushi's school and stuff like that. I'm just waiting for this to finish so that I can come and meet you all in person at some point.
Yeah. Looking forward for a meet. Now, coming to the end of this wonderful evening, the most, the bang-on event we are waiting for, and that is Halgi by Gorakh. So we kept it last so that everyone can stand up and start dancing on the Halgi beats.
What is Halgi? You need to tell us what, because
Halgi is I think Gorakh will be telling more about
give
that.
a short performance now? Is my audio correct?
It's a
Is my audio clear
instrument.
now?
Halgi is a
my audio-
percussion, like Duffly.
Okay, percussion instrument. Okay.
Percussion instrument.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So, Gorakh, are you ready? Gorakh?
Can I give a short performance now? The audio, if it is permissible.
Yeah.
Are you? Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
You're doing Jugalbandi, is it? You and Venkatesh?
Huh?
Are you doing Jugalbandi, you and Venkatesh?
This is what Halgi is.
Audio, we need a bit audio is a bit muted. It's a low.
Can we
Audio.
volume? Yeah.
Volume थोड़ा बढ़ाओ.
Put it on full, man. Full blast.
अभी तो 10 बजे नहीं है, आजू बाजू के लोग कुछ बोलेंगे नहीं.
So I will just start and then I will talk on what is Halgi. audio is not clear. Can't get it. Can't listen. Shiv sir, there are issues with audio, I think, sir. What do you think? Sir,
I can hear you clearly, but when you play, I don't know what happens when you play things.
Yeah, the voice and dance, poetry, everything is coming out well except for the instrumental performances.
Yeah,
I think there must be some kind of filter. I think, this
Oh,
is
yeah,
it
yeah.
blocks
Quite
too much
possible,
sound.
quite possible.
Yeah, so it has to be set to that.
Is it okay?
You're trying? Yeah, we can hear it. And then it goes.
And then it goes, it just drops. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, see, it started off well, and then it dropped. It goes up and down. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's.
Can't hear.
It goes up and down. It comes nicely, and then it reduces. Then
Waxing waning.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's related to, I think, their transmission system.
Sir, you can keep your mic nearby.
It's not that. I think it's to do with not to do with the mic. It's to do, I think, with the transmission.
You can remove the earphones from it and do it directly.
It was
Maybe that's true.
So remove the earphones and do it directly. Yeah.
I have now. Let us see. Is my this thing heard?
Yep. Yours is good.
Shall I play?
Yeah, yeah.
Shall I play?
Yeah, you play.
I'll just 2 minute. Just like a conclusion.
Okay.
It's called the Periyamora in Aditala.
Okay. Amazing.
Was it heard? Was it?
Yeah,
heard?
yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
It was actually absolutely clear, Venkatesh.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what did you do?
Last time the laptop thing wasn't working properly. This time I'm just using my mobile.
Okay, okay. I think problem with the mic in the
Laptop probably.
Yeah, Gorak, we can't still hear you. Okay, that's fine. Okay, guys, I think it's pretty late in India.
Yeah, actually, last we had decided about the Zingard song. If you permit, otherwise we will wind up.
No, we can absolutely no. We got no problem at all.
That is the last song now. The Zingard
go
song.
on.
Gorak only is going to go sing that. And
Again, the problem of transmission is there.
Yeah,
just sing it. Don't have music behind.
Yeah, the song is fine. See,
I will provide the music. No problem.
yeah. You just sing, Gorak. Use your mic throughout. Don't take it away from your This thing just use your mic continuously. Then
your song was audible, so this also will be audible. Just keep the maximum audio. And Venkatesh can give the beats.
Yeah.
We can't hear anything. Gorak, you want to use your mobile and see if you can do it on the mobile?
Good idea. Sir, I want to start on mobile again. Tap on mobile, you want to say?
One play.
I should download on mobile.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Audible. Now it's audible. Now you are audible.
Now it's audible. I have removed the earphone now.
Yeah, take it.
Now it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
And be close to your laptop.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The only thing is that I think if you talk and the music plays at the same time, I think it is going to filter one at each time, because I think Zoom allows only one person. So I think it's probably best if you just sing.
Maybe.
Yeah,
Yes.
you just see and how it goes.
Problem with the music.
Or can someone play it on YouTube or anything? Will it come?
उरत होते धडधड लाली गाला बरे आली अनांगात भरले वार ही फिरतीची बाधा झाली अरे उरत होते धडधड लाली गाला बरे आली अनांगात भरले वार ही फिरतीची बाधा झाली आता धीर झालो या बघ बधीर झालो या आणि तुझ्याच साठी बनून मजनू मागे आलो या चिंगट पळत चिंगट रंगत आलं या झाले झिंग 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 चिंगट झिंग 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 झिंगट झिंग 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 झालं झिंग 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 झिंगट झिंग 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 झिंगट झिंग 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 झिंगट झिंग Oh, sorry. The music has stopped.
I know.
Sorry.
I think you have to speak to who was.
I think it's okay because without the music, the song also it doesn't appeal. This song, you need a good beat for this song.
Yeah, Neeraj. I don't know how Neeraj did it.
In this
Neeraj was working quite well. His system.
Yeah. Exactly.
We need to speak to Neeraj and find out.
Neeraj had that mic.
That is, he has having a simple mic.
Yeah.
And a Bluetooth and mic output from the same.
Yeah.
That is right. That is.
Mine is different. That is the problem. I got it. Yeah.
I think by next one, when we have the Anaesthesia conference, the virtual conference, and on Saturday night, when we have all this thing, you can actually, I think by then you'll be prepared, well prepared.
Live, it will be again much better. Yeah. Dr. Kala ma'am and myself were at Ganga, I think. She had a lot of dances, 6, 7, 8 dances. I had only one song at that time.
Okay.
But it was enjoyed in Ganga, Coimbatore. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. And I think
Mridangam for 2 minutes, sir.
Huh? Yeah.
Mridangam.
Okay.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Venkatesh, sir.
Yeah.
You want
me to finish it off?
Yeah.
You want me to finish it off?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No, we want you to play.
Yeah.
We want you to play.
No, Dr. Venkatesh.
Nice one, Dr. Kala. Nice dance. Dr. Shubha, nice dance. Nice one.
Amazing, guys.
Did you all
I would
enjoy
have joined you if we were
it?
not live on Facebook.
Did you all enjoy
I
it?
can stop the live. I can.
Dheeraj, you can do Jingat with us.
Yeah,
Shiv-
not
Shiv sir,
live
did
on
you
Facebook,
enjoy?
never.
Shiv sir, did you enjoy? Shiv sir?